Fair enough.
Bill's Elijah Elainer. He's got this.
You got your steps in? Yes.
We're done here.
Go down.
Yeah.
It's fine.
That dude, that one Chambers.
No, I'm not watching.
Thanks, Al. No. Yeah.
Everything, the sheriff said that nobody can go back.
Oh, I see. You can't do
But if someone goes back there and I don't see it, All right, I want to go on the record regarding something. I've actually never had to do this, but I'm going to do it. There have been, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody in particular. This, what I'm going to say, applies to everybody at the council table. There have been repeated speaking objections, arguing with witnesses that has occurred, arguing amongst counsel, snide comments made from one counsel to another, arguing with a decision of mine. That's not going to happen. If it does, I'm going to invoke CCP 177.5, which allows for monetary sanctions up to $1,500 for each time. And what will happen is, for each time it happens, that will be another incident that will occur at a hearing after the trial. I've never had to do this, but to ensure, or to help ensure, that these things that I just mentioned do not occur again. That is why I am doing this. So please keep it in mind that I'm going to keep track. All right. I understand that there's an issue of an exhibit that the defense wants to use. I saw an email exchange.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll address it. So it's not a new exhibit, no new video. So yesterday, Detective Flores testified regarding the sequence surveillance video, which is it's a compilation of the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, the sound portion of that, overlapped on the video of 1616 Vista Del Mar. Video that we've had before, it was overlapped, and he described the process yesterday, testifying that when it was done, in fact, we were under the impression, we were informed that this detective did it. On the stand, he testified that he did not, and that it was sort of a rough approximation by hand in terms of how it was compiled. Given that, in his testimony that if we're off slightly, it would affect the sequence video. Last night, we used the same methodology that he described, did it ourselves, same video that was provided by the prosecution, and with that compilation, once it was completed, we immediately sent it to the prosecution. We can lay a foundation for that. We'll do so through witness testimony. Interestingly, although the prosecution says that they complained about potential foundation, they were playing their sequence video to Mr. Ephron without laying a foundation for it. They introduced it with the detective yesterday, who was not the person who created it, in an effort to try to lay a foundation for it. We'll actually lay a foundation. How? We can have a witness who can testify to the events that are depicted on the video and ask him, is what you're seeing and what you're hearing a true and accurate representation of what occurred in the moment? That's enough for a foundation. There's two ways to lay a foundation, Your Honor, I'm sure, to where for recording. One is the person who operated the equipment to say that it works and it functions and describe all that, or to have the individual who's captured, or an individual who's captured in the video, just say that yes, that truly and accurately reflects what occurred.
Do you have a video?
We do.
Can you bring it up?
Sure.
And you say you just created this yesterday?
Yeah. Yes.
This was after the testimony.
Let us know when you're ready to hear from us.
Oh, I will. Is this impeaching the detective?
No.
Or-
Or do you have it your screen out?
I have it on my screen. It's
Okay.
very, very blurry.
Yeah, that's the video.
Is that the video?
Yeah, we're playing now.
is there anything you want to add? Because then I'm going to listen to the, I guess Mr. Ruin or Mr. Pavona? You? All right, then I'm going to I'll make a ruling. Once I make the ruling, that's the ruling. There's not going to be any further input from anybody. Did you want to say anything further?
No, you're right.
All right, the floor is yours.
Two issues. First issue is that the defenses are repeatedly asked, repeatedly, if they had any real evidence they were going to attack. They've just said this is not impeachment, but it's even more than that. Unlike their witnesses, they have had access to the detectives in this case, to the video which they have had for a considerable period of time. And if they believe that there was an issue with it, they had an obligation to figure out what they wanted to do and to comply with 1054. But here's the bigger problem, Your Honor, and where I'm absolutely mystified. The defense in this case, and this figures into 352, the defense in this case is that it is a prop gun. According to 12Y's offer of proof, and according to the evidence that the opening statement of Ms. Catalina, the defense is they're not disputing it's Rocky in the video. They're not disputing that it happened. They're not disputing that he fired. They are simply saying it was a prop gun. So the second problem is, by introducing this, what it appears to be is an attempt to basically mislead the jury as to what the issue is in the case. So in other words, at this late date, apparently they want to put on evidence to show that the timing of the shots doesn't match up. We've had no opportunity to review what they've done. We've had no opportunity to go back and see if it's legitimate. But the two reasons why it doesn't work is it's real evidence. This did not come up because the officer testified. Had they wanted to flesh out this information, they had opportunities to prelim. They could have contacted the detective himself. There has been, as the court is aware, at no point in time, any officers, any experts refused to speak with them. So what happened is they saw the detective's testimony, decided that they wanted to introduce some evidence that they think is going to assist them. But in the end, Your Honor, even if the court said, you know what, it's timely, it's not. Even if the court said it was timely, under 352, Your Honor, the introduction of this evidence, the time delay, but more than that, the confusion of issues that are material to the case would tend to confuse this jury. Submit.
Your Honor, if I may just.
No, no,
You got one.
no, no, no. All right, first of all, since it was, the video was created as a result of testimony yesterday, I don't find that there's any violation of 1054.3. This is the way I view it. If the defense can show by competent evidence, sorry, but if the defense can lay a foundation for the video, then they are entitled to show by competent evidence of their belief of the sequence of events. They're entitled to do that. That's part of the defense. If the prosecution disagrees with it, if they think it's inaccurate, they can present another version in its rebuttal case. So the ruling is it can be shown. All right. It's 10 o'clock. Let's have. You have your witness here? All right, let's bring that. way he's gonna get into the courtroom, right?
Well, that,
Isn't that the only way he's gonna come into the courtroom?
that's funny, Your Honor, that's very funny. I meant, we wait for the jury, we want to put them up there before they put him.
Oh, good point.
Thank you. That's all right, it's all right, it's early, it's early.
I guess we do need the jury.
That's all.
All right, let's bring in the jury first.
Ready for the jury?
Yes. Let me ask you something at the sidebar, not in the record. Indicated yesterday that there are no more prosecution witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor, the people rest, and the people would ask, or sorry, the people would ask to move our exhibits into evidence.
There's 1 through 43.
Correct.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, peoples 1 through 43 are admitted for the jury's consideration. The rest,
People rest.
the case is back with defense.
Your Honor, Mr. Mayers calls JAMEL PHILLIPS, also known as 12-Y.
check.
Yes, sir. Just raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. Solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause not that before this court. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat on the witness stand right over there. Please adjust the microphone there neatly and state and spell your name for the record.
JAMEL Phillips, JAMEL PHILLIPS.
Thank you.
So loud, but that's okay. Yes. That's all right. There you go. Have fun. That's just what you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning.
You go by any other names than Jamel Phillips?
Yes,
Go ahead.
ASAP 12.
So you're 12.
Yes.
I can't or adjust the microphone.
What are we doing, Ron? I'm sorry.
It's a bit on the loud side.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. All right, let's try that.
Okay, try it again.
ASAP 12.
Better? You don't have to jump into that mic.
Okay.
Hang there, hang there. And it's ASAP 12 your stage name.
Yes, it is.
What do you do for a living, 12?
I'm a musician, a designer, a model. I have a brand called My Last Year Being Broken.
That shit being broke.
Yes.
And what is that brand?
My Last Year Being Broke is a mantra like ASAP. So it's a program like a Big Brother program. We mentor kids.
Objection, relevance, overruled.
Correct.
We mentor kids. We have back to school drives, studio sessions. I'm trying to get the studio sessions under insurance because to me music is like medicine. Also, I sell apparel. I have therapeutic slides that I created when I was healing from an inguinal hernia surgery. And I'm also providing those to senior citizens.
When you say slides, is that like a slipper or something?
It's a slipper, yes.
And you produce and sell those, or in some instances donate them?
Objection, relevance, over 352 as well. Overruled.
And so aside from music, clothes, Big Brother program, and the therapeutic slides, anything else?
No, that's it right now.
As far as your music's concerned, are you currently recording?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you recently release a song on Apple?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. Sustained.
Where do you live?
I live in New York,
What part of New York?
Harlem, New York.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up between Harlem and the Bronx.
You know Rakim Mayers?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know by any other names?
ASAP Rocky.
And you see it here, right?
Yes.
When did you meet Rocky?
I met Rocky when I was about 15, so around 2005.
Okay, and how did you meet?
I met him at it was like a rap battle, you know. Before we turned ASAP, there's some other kids that was like bubbling in New York. They had a rap battle in New York, and I met him.
And how old were you all about that?
I was 15, so Rocky had to be either 15 or 16. He's only like a couple months older than me.
How old are you now, sir?
I'm 35.
Where did you go to school?
In New York, at MLK High.
What does ASAP stand for?
Always strive and prosper.
And can you describe what ASAP is?
ASAP is a collective of not only brothers, women too, kids across the world, models, athletes, designers, philanthropists, you know, kids that took a negative situation and turned it into a positive.
And have you maintained a relationship with Rocky since high school?
Yes,
Would you consider him a good friend today?
yes.
What was that relationship with him after high school?
So after high school, we kind of got closer because the founder of ASAP, Steven Rodriguez, ASAP Yams, he had us as artists of the label, you know. So we would get on the phone, still sharp and still get on the phone, work on our lyrics, work on our music, you know, just be there for each other, talk about the plans for the future, and yeah, just built a great bond.
And at that point, did you start seeing Rocky more often?
Yes, I did. So I would see him like at studio sessions, musical events, parties, hanging out in Harlem, in the Bronx, see him often.
Was there a point in time when you ever lived together? Excuse me.
Yes. So in 2011, when Rocky first got signed, he moved all the artists and his friends of the ASAP Collective to an apartment on 57th Street in New York City. It was a small apartment. We was in there like 20, like a group of 20 people. And to me, that was it was like it was great to see that somebody.
Sustain.
How about this ASAP Bills? Was he part of that group?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what he did.
ASAP Ills, he didn't create music. He was more like a model and a designer. You feel me?
There came a point in time where Rocky sort of hit it big.
Yes.
Okay. And were you there for that?
Yes, I was. We're all there for that. When he first got signed in 2011, like I said, he moved us.
Mr. Phillips, when you're asked a question, like a yes or a no question, just answer yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Don't volunteer anything.
Okay, no problem.
If the attorney wants to flesh it out, then he'll ask you another question.
All right, no problem.
All right, go ahead.
By the way, I assume it's your first time testifying in the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. Did Rocky provide opportunities for you?
Yes.
Section relevance overall.
Guys?
Yes, he did.
And what were those opportunities provided?
Section 352 overall.
So Rocky was the first artist to be signed into a major label. So with that opportunity, he gave the other artists in ASAP record deals.
And did you create music with Rocky?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I've been creating music with Rocky since I was about 16, 17, you feel me? And not only be able to create music, he gave me the opportunity to be his, I guess his hype man on tour. And with that, I will go to the venue, check out the venue, check out the layout, do everything that he would need to do before he gets to the venue and give him a rundown.
Okay, so when you said the words hype man.
Yes. Okay.
Tell the jury, what's a hype man?
Okay, a hype man is when you have a primary artist, which is ASAP Rocky, and then being that I was one of the, I guess, upcoming artists, ASAP 12-Y on the label, I was able to learn from him and learn the role, learn the business, and also learn the stage. He gave me the opportunity to, I guess, control the crowd serve, do everything that you have to do for a show, you know, and keep the crowd going, keep the crowd participation high.
Hype.
High, yeah.
When did you start doing that hype man thing for him?
I think 2011, 2012.
And when did you do that until, roughly?
Till about 2016.
And what did you do after that, you yourself, 12-Y?
So after 2016, the individual artists in ASAP had kind of established solo careers, you feel me? So I branched off to do a solo tour. And my first day of my solo tour, I ended up getting an inguinal hernia. And I couldn't be Rocky hype man anymore, and I had to slow down from traveling for a little while.
What year was that, roughly?
That was 2016.
And there's no point in time where you moved to California with Rocky.
Yes.
When was that?
We moved to California with Rocky in 2012. So
Okay.
2012, and then again in 2022 during COVID.
How about in 2020? Were you living with Rocky in 2020?
Yes, yes.
Where was that?
That was West Hollywood in LA, yes,
In 2020.
2020.
And did Rocky help your career at that point at all? 2020.
Yes. In 2020, he helped me get out my Sony deal.
Get out of your Sony deal?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a Sony deal
I had a Sony deal, and he helped me get out of it.
out of it. So
Yeah.
for whatever reason, you don't get into the details, but it wasn't working out for you, Sony deal, and Rocky helped you get out of the deal.
Yes.
Did at some point in time you guys stop working together?
We probably stopped being business partners, but never stopped being friends.
Okay. When did you stop being business partners or doing professional work together?
Maybe like 20, I think 18 or so, you feel me? Because I was already an ASAP 12 like a solo artist, and ASAP Rocky he was building his label, but he was also signing other artists, you feel me? So I just felt the need to just work on my own career.
But you still remain close friends?
Yeah, that was my friend, my brother.
So you moved to California twice, according to your testimony, 2012 and then 2020?
Yes.
And what were you doing when you moved to LA?
Just creating music, working out, just building a bond.
Do you know someone by the name of Terell Ephron?
Yes, I do.
And do you know him by any other names?
Yes. ASAP Relly.
And how'd you meet him?
I met ASAP Relly through the ASAP Collective. We all grew up together. We all grew up in the same boroughs. We used to hang out with each other, go to events, go to musical sessions, the gym. You know what I mean? It was a brother.
And roughly, you know roughly what year you met him?
I met him around the same time I met Rocky, so around 2005, 2006.
Okay. And tell us the jury what your relationship with Relly was like.
I had a good relationship with Relly. We would get up, we would work out together. He had musical artists, so I would work with his musical artists, and we just would build a bond. Being that we were part of the ASAP Collective, treated him like a brother, like everybody else in the collective.
At that time, in the early years, what was comparing the relationship with Rocky and Relly? Was it similar, the same, different?
In the early years, it was the same, but when Rocky started getting way busier, I remember Rocky helped me get my passport, and from there we would travel the world a lot. We wouldn't really be in like New York or the States, so I didn't have too much time to deal with Relly at that moment. But we would still speak and stuff like that.
When was the last time you saw Relly?
Last time I saw Relly was, I think the summer of 2022 in the Bronx.
So, well, tell us about that.
I was living in the Bronx, and he was living across the street from me. And this particular day, I was reading a book. So I'm reading a book outside.
At this point, relative.
Sustain.
Your arm is impeachment? I think approach if you like. Explain
All right. Go ahead.
it. Guys.
Continue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I was reading a book. He lived down the block from me, and this is like the same neighborhood we would work out in. So we were known to see each other. But this is the first time I've seen him in a while. So I'm reading a book. I'm reading I think Who Killed Martin Luther King by James Earl Ray.
Yes, your relevance is what it's reading.
You're right, but go ahead.
My apologies. So I'm reading a book,
No problem.
and I see somebody like walking towards me. So at first, like I put the book down a little bit, and then I hear something. Then I hear something again. So then I focus and I notice it's him, and then like I catch him say something about Rocky did bad by not
Your
taking.
Honor, Your Honor,
John?
we need to approach on the,
You've established,
Your
let's go on to something else.
Honor, that's an issue we do need to approach. I can't express this on the record.
Question is stricken. If there was an answer, it is stricken. We'll have to another topic.
Are you aware, whether or not Rocky had been the victim of prior violence?
Yes.
You have personal knowledge of that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the first instance you're aware of that you have personal knowledge of that you saw.
Well, and,
Your Honor, same issue, no discovery in this area.
Not true, Your Honor. It's why he was carrying that weapon. No, that's not a reported statement, but their police reports are not so.
It's there. It's in the summary. Overall,
Okay. 2018, you said?
fifth line down.
yes.
Go ahead, tell us about that incident.
In 2018, I'm not too sure what club it was, but we was in a club having a good time, and a brawl broke out in the club.
Objection that we have. no-
Overall,
A brawl broke out in the club, and we got jumped, and we both ended up cut inside the club.
And when you say both, yourself?
Yes, I got stabbed, and ASAP Rocky got stabbed as well.
Okay. How about another instance that you were personally aware of or saw yourself?
But several times I would be at his crib in LA and stalk
Crib means
his house.
Sorry, crib.
I would pull up to his house in LA when I was staying there, and several times while I was staying there, stalkers would pull up to his crib.
Okay. And you saw that?
Yes.
And you remember what years that was, roughly?
That was 2020 and 2021.
And were you there when there were any home invasions?
No, I wasn't, but I definitely heard about the home invasion.
Objection calls for hearsay also.
sustained. Move on to another topic. Can we establish what you intended?
Yes, sir.
Motion to strike the answer that was given.
You sustained, Your Honor. I mean, it's normal to sustain.
There was an answer, or the question and the answer are stricken. Jury can disregard. Go ahead.
Do you know any security measures Rocky took in response to those instances you just testified to?
Yes.
Tell us.
I know he had to get a whole new security staff, and also I know he walked around with a prop,
Prop what?
like a starter pistol, like a prop. As in defense.
Okay. And how do you know he had a problem?
Well, I've seen it on several occasions. The first time I seen it, it wasn't on his body for anything. It was for a video shoot, the DMV video shoot in the Bronx.
When was that?
That was July 2021.
Okay. And you were at that video shoot?
Yes, I was.
You were actually part of the video shoot?
Yes, I came in the video.
Okay. Who else was in that video?
Me, myself, Rocky, ASAP Ills, Rihanna was featured in the video as well.
And in that video, you said you saw prop guns?
Yes. So he had a scene that was more like a private scene. Not too many people could be around the scene, and in the apartment, they were having it was like a mini movie, you know. So he had props, he had different things to make it feel like a movie set in that scene.
Okay. And after the video shoot was complete,
Yes.
did Rocky do anything with any of those prop guns?
Well, I'm not too sure about the video shoot, but I do remember seeing him again with a prop. September of this
Same
year.
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, not responsive.
Okay. After the video shoot, did you see him with a prop gun again?
Yes,
When?
in September
Of what year?
2021
Where?
in Harlem.
For what?
Well, I remember I was getting food on 143rd and Lenox, and he happened to hit me. I told him where I was at. He came to see me.
He
And
didn't do anything. He didn't hit you.
oh no, he contacted me.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
okay.
He contacted me to see where I was at, and I was uptown getting some food on 143rd and Lenox, and we met up. It was like a block party in Christian on the same street. So Christian Street, we went to eat in the park, and I just remember when he was sitting down, seeing something like bulging out his white T-shirt, and I asked about it. He showed me, and it was the same situation from DMV.
He told you it was proper.
Yes.
Was there,
Motion to strike is hearsay that the defendant says.
Stay.
how about, in California? Did you see that property in California?
Yes.
When?
Your Honor, objection, no discovery?
You could, I mean,
Okay, so when I came back to California for I think it was the Complex Con event, that week we would like work out early in the morning. We would go for bike rides around his area, and this is still like COVID area, so he didn't have security, and that was basically like his line of defense. If anybody ran down him, he would have the property.
and that again, that was September 2021?
September 2021.
Do you yourself have any familiarity with starter pistols or prop guns or replica guns there at all?
Yes.
Okay, how do you have familiarity?
In a couple of my music videos, I've used replicas and props. And being on set with Rocky, I came like to be knowledgeable of, you know, having props and certain equipment that make a music video look like a better production.
Do you know in particular one music video you use prop guns in?
For my music video? Oh, yes, yes.
What's the name of that?
It's called Escape.
So, according to you, you saw Rocky before November 6th with the prop gun 3 times.
Yes,
The DMV video,
yes.
the time in Harlem
In Harlem,
in September 2021, and then Los Angeles.
yes.
When you saw the prop gun in September 2021, was it the same as you saw in the DMV video?
From what I remember, it was a bit different because now it had a belt clip so you can secure it, and I think it had like a clear clip, like I guess like replica magazine. Yeah.
And in Los Angeles, did it look like it looked in New York?
Yes.
And that was November 2021,
Yes.
first few days?
First few days, yes.
And let's direct your attention to November 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Were you with Rocky that day?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing that morning or that day?
Well, that morning, I remember we worked out because we wanted to get our bodies ready for the Complex Con show, which was the next day. So I was staying at the little perk, met him at his crib, worked out a little bit, and then around, I think, 5 or 6 o'clock, we headed out to Long Beach.
Who were you there preparing this performance with?
The A$AP Collective, from what I remember, it was me, Rocky, Ills, Lou, you know, a lot of our friends from New York, a lot of the friends from the collective. There was the 10-year anniversary of Live Love A$AP, and it was a big deal. It was also the first show for him or anybody else in the past like 2 years because of COVID, so it was a pretty big deal.
You mentioned the name Lou. Who is Lou?
Lou, A$AP Lou is, he's a member of the collective, but he's also, I guess, Rocky's manager.
And at any point on November 6th, you see A$AP Lou holding Rocky's property.
Yes. So, I guess when Rocky had,
Anything after yes is stricken. So the answer is yes,
Yes.
you did.
I'm sorry. Tell us the circumstance of how you saw Lou holding Rocky's property.
yes,
Objection, no discovery.
So, Lou, he also works, you know, as a manager, he works as a stagehand. He has multiple hats, and I just remember that day, I guess he just had to get it from Rocky while Rocky
Objection,
performed the
call for
set.
speculation.
Sustain.
Motion to strike the answer.
What did you see? Well, yes,
Oh, I seen Lou with the prop,
which rock?
the same prop that I seen in New York.
With the belt clip,
Yes,
with that sort of replica magazine extender?
Yes.
What is your understanding, sir, as to why Rocky was carrying a prop gun instead of a regular gun?
Objection, that's been called for speculation, and or hearsay.
All right. Let's direct you, by the way, what is your understanding, just to be clear, what a prop gun, sort of is the replica gun, whatever it's called? What is your understanding of what it is?
It's a device that looks and sounds like a real gun, I guess.
And you've seen it used in, you said
Yeah,
your music video.
my music videos, I've seen it in movies, I've seen it in his music videos, I've seen it several times.
All right, I want to direct your attention now to November 6, 2021.
No problem.
On that day, we with Rocky were in an altercation with Relly.
Yes.
Who else was with you?
ASAP Bills.
Okay. And ASAP Bills' other name, his real name is,
Elijah Ulongwe.
can you tell us what happened from the beginning of that day?
Okay, so we were at the conference call rehearsal getting ready for the show tomorrow. And everything was good. You feel me? We was having a good show. And towards the end of rehearsal, because I'm on stage with Rocky, I just I see him kind of like dealing with something on his phone. And he kind of put me onto it. Relly was online, just like disgracing his name, running his name through the mud. You feel me? So Rocky was like, "Yo, bro, I wanna go holler at Relly. I'm gonna go talk to Relly." You feel me? And I was already with him at Complex Con, so that's why I went with him. And he asked me to call Relly, text Relly, but Relly didn't respond to me. You feel me? But Relly was still responding to, I guess, Rocky.
This is a narrative, it's also no discovery.
Ask another question.
Okay. Do you remember if Rocky was dealing with something on his phone?
Yes.
Did you hear his end of the conversation?
Just not the end of the conversation.
His end of it, his part.
Oh, yes,
what he
yes,
was
yes,
saying.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
And did that have to do with bad mouthing Relly or Relly bad mouthing Rocky about Josh's funeral?
It was Rocky explaining to me how Relly was bad mouthing Rocky about not handling Josh's funeral.
Objection, that's going to call for hearsay. Motion is strikes. Also, no discovery.
You are? You were speaking of that,
Hey, Doc.
okay, then we approach.
No.
All right. So, who was Josh?
Josh,
Objection, relevance, and 352.
Josh is ASAP Josh. He was a member of the collective that passed away in October 2021.
Who paid for Josh's funeral expenses?
Objection, relevance, and 352.
Do you know of a dispute between Relly and Rocky about the paying of Josh's funeral?
Objection, relevance, and 352.
Yes,
Okay.
I guess
No,
Yes.
hold on. Yes, it's good.
Answer the question.
And what do you know about the dispute?
Objection, that's going to call for a narrative.
He's aware of the dispute.
Now, the next day was Complex Con, you said?
yes.
Did Rocky, in your presence, attempt to reach out to Relly
Yes, he did.
through the air before Complex Con?
Yes, he did.
And at Complex Con, were you all supposed to be going together?
Yes. Well, from Complex Con on the 6th, we were all supposed to go to the Playboy Cardi concert as a group, as a collective. And then the next day, we were all supposed to perform at Complex Con as an ASAP collective.
And why was that an important day? Was there anything specifically important about that next day?
Objection, relevance, and 352.
Yes. It was the 10-year anniversary of the project that got ASAP Rocky and the ASAP Collective signed.
Did you, hear Rocky speaking to Relly that
Yes.
day? Okay. And was that on the phone initially?
Yes.
What did you hear Rocky say?
Objection, hearsay.
Stan, you can ask to describe the tenor of the conversation,
Sure.
but not the words.
Okay. First of all, before I ask you about the tenor of the conversation, you personally, did you try to reach out to Relly that night, November 6th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
How did you try and do that?
I believe I called him and I texted him.
Did he ever respond to you that night?
No.
Okay, you heard the judge, you can describe the tenor of that conversation without words. What was the tenor of that conversation? You know what I mean by tenor of that conversation, the sort of the atmosphere of the conversation, the mood of the conversation?
Okay. From what I recall, I feel like it was like a humorous, brotherly conversation. Yo, where you at? Like, all right, let's link, let's have this conversation. It wasn't nothing more than that.
What was Rocky's tone like in the conversation?
Well, being that we was coming from complex con, we got a big show. He was in a good mood. You feel me?
It's not responsive.
No. Forget about his mood. Let's just listen to my question again. I know this is not your everyday thing. What was Rocky's tone during the conversation?
Happy, sad, angry,
It
confused.
was on the phone. It was kind of happy. It was just more or less trying
Right,
to.
you can ask the question. Go ahead.
Now, was Rocky talking calm?
Yes.
What happened after the call?
Objection, it's called for a narrative.
Well, after the call, because we were in Long Beach, we had to go from Long Beach back to LA. So really, we was just in the car playing new music, getting vibes together. Everything was like exciting. Everything was like happy.
Who was driving the car? You still in the car?
I think we had a driver. It was complex call weekend. I believe they provided like traffic for us.
And did you eventually get to downtown LA, this parking garage on Argyle Street eventually?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you sitting in this car?
I was sitting in the back.
Okay. When you stopped and got out, who was the first to get out and who was the last of the three of you?
Okay, Rocky, then Ills, then me.
And what did you see when you got out?
So when I first got out, I was just seeing Rocky walk up the hills, Ills walk slightly behind him, and I seen Rocky coming down there.
And when you saw Relly coming down the hill, describe what you saw.
So as I'm looking up, I just see like Relly coming down the hill with a little extra momentum, not running or anything, but just a little pep and stuff.
And did there come a point in time where Relly and Rocky met?
Yes.
Okay, what happened when they met?
Well, as soon as they met, from what I've seen, it was just like Relly just grabbed Rocky. It's just off as soon as he seen him, just grabbed him.
Okay. And what happened after he grabbed you?
So he's kind of grabbing him, and Relly's a big dude, you know, Relly big. So he's kind of like grabbing him and shaking him. So at this point, Rocky tries to like, I guess grab him too, but grip the floor so he can maintain his balance because Relly was kind of like trying to lift him up by his hoodie.
Now, at one point, we'll just play that video. We have that? I'm going to show you a video from that garage encounter on Argyle Street on November 6th, 2020.
Which exhibit is this?
No problem.
Is this the one that,
This is the
oh,
garage.
E.
E. Is that the E? No. No, it's not E.
Diaz.
Emma, as in Mary?
Yes.
Emma as in Mary.
Paul, make those.
There's a power button on the side.
My side?
Yeah, just at the top.
Well, you could look at that little screen right behind you. There's a sort of bigger one. Easier for you to see. I'll play it through once and then I'll ask you about it. Okay, keep that there, I might need to refer back to it. You turn around. That, obviously, it's just a small snippet with an obstructed view, but is that part of what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see them going backwards towards that parking sign, I guess Relly is holding Rocky, right, holding Relly and going backwards that way, what did you observe?
I observed, like I said, Rocky was trying to get his balance so that he wouldn't like lift him or throw him or push him anyway. But
What
it,
you say?
Actually, that's gonna call for speculation as to why.
The answer remains as it is without adding anything.
Okay. And then, what did you see when they were going backwards?
I seen really like pulling like Rocky.
And what was your reaction? Your reaction?
Well, my reaction, I was surprised because from my understanding, these dudes we was only supposed to have a conversation. You know, I didn't expect anything else.
Did you do anything?
Besides try to break it up, you know, just put my hands in the middle of it.
You see yourself on that video at the end there?
Yes.
You're wearing that red jacket? Is that right?
Yes.
One point, is that Ills who gets in the middle?
Yes.
In that small clip there, you see Rocky holding an object that looks like firearm.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that in fact?
That was his prop.
And tell us how it came out, how you saw him holding it.
From my recollection, being that Relly's a big dude and Relly was like,
Objection, motion
Stay,
strikes,
stay,
non-responsive.
stay.
The court instruct the witness to answer only when asked.
Out to our, ironic.
Ask the question again.
Yeah. So, sure, I know how to ask it a different way, but I'll
Ask him
it
what he
right.
saw. Ask him what he saw.
Which is,
as I said, I seen Relly grabbing Rocky, almost picking him up off the ground. And with that happening, his pants started falling.
his meaning,
The Rocky pants started falling. You know, so
did you see that in the video there?
yeah.
Okay, go back to that clip, please. Just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. When we come back from that, you see Rocky's pants down there?
Misleading.
Sustain.
Okay, what do you see?
I see him right there.
Yeah.
So his pants are lower than they're supposed to be, and then I see him try to put his prop back, like adjust it back into the belt.
Which hand was he holding that prop with?
His left hand.
Is Rocky a lefty or a right?
He's a right.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I just stepped in the middle and just tried to break it up.
Okay.
And also I was trying to tell Rocky to go. Like, yo, bro, we out of here. Like, Relly's going crazy right now. Let's go.
Objection, motion to strike is non-responsive.
Okay. Why did you tell Rocky to get out of here?
Because, for one, I see that the conversation that they were supposed to have, it didn't look like they was gonna have a conversation, and Relly was a bit aggressive. And I didn't understand that. It's like, we all friends.
Objection, motion to strike is non-responsive.
Everything after we're all friends is strict.
Okay. Who's the aggressor in this encounter?
Relly,
Okay. Is that why you told Rocky to leave?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Rocky point that object, which is a prop gun according to you, at Relly at all during that parking garage encounter?
No.
You ever see Rocky press a gun, prop gun that you described here, against Relly's stomach, and point at his head or his chest?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would you have seen that if it happened?
Yes, I was there.
When Rocky pulled out that starter pistol, did Relly say anything?
Yes.
What did he say?
I told him to shoot that fake ass gun.
And how, and you heard that clearly?
Yes.
And how fast was this altercation?
It was pretty fast. Pretty fast.
After it was over, and like you said, you tried to push Rocky to go away, what did you all do?
We ended up turning the corner.
Okay, maybe we should put the map up real quick. If we keep it at five. Fine. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna put, Mr. Troll, Mr. Phillips, I'm gonna put the map up here so it'll help acclimate. People's two, People's two, we're gonna put up. Okay, see where that red pen just was?
Yes.
That's Argyle Avenue, that's where that parking lot was, parking, arrow parking, right there, you see that? Right there. Yeah, there's a point or something, I think, so. Yeah, use that thing. Just go up there. Is that with me? In that one.
Yeah.
Just do like this. Here's Argyle, here's the parking lot, right?
Okay.
And then here's Selma, right? And then, here it is, thank you. Here's East Del Mar. So just show the jury from the parking lot to Selma to East Del Mar which direction they're swinging here.
Mr. Templeton, one of the participants needs a break.
Okay.
So,
Sure.
10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Not now. We'll take a 10-minute break, folks. Please be outside the courtroom for 5 minutes after.
All right, we're back in the record. Everyone is present. Back to Peter, go ahead.
Okay, Toby, you were at the point where you would sort of push Rocky home to leave, and I think that you said the three of you started making your way away from Argyle. Point on the map up there with the pointer, which direction you three of you headed.
So, I believe we started coming down this way.
The Selma, right there. Okay. And then you made the left off the Selma Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Now, before that, let me ask you a quick question. At any point during this incident, one in the garage, did you display a knife?
No.
Turn around.
Turn around this way.
Look.
Okay.
Were you carrying a knife at all?
No.
Now, by the way, in that video, you said you're off camera for a portion of it, but you see yourself on camera at some point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know what, just, guys, play that one more time and just identify yourself when you see yourself in that little snippet.
It's all right there.
And where's your hand?
I believe I put my left hand on Rebel.
All right, so after the parking lot, you start walking, I'm sorry. You put that back. Yeah. You said you start walking to Selma Avenue there, correct?
Yes. We're walking down Argyle, and then we make the left on Selma.
Okay. And then, you see where that little red thing, emoji of a gun is or something like that?
Yes, I see it.
That's Vista Del Mar, then you make the left onto there, correct?
Yes.
After you left the parking lot, parking garage, I'm sorry, tell us what happens.
So after we leave the parking lot,
Garage.
parking garage, it's really fast, but Relly and Rocky already, I guess, diffused the situation when they were grabbing onto each other. So that's already done. So I'm telling Rocky, like, yo, we out. Also telling Ill, yo, we out. And also telling Rel,
You tell him to do what?
we out. Like,
We're out.
We are out.
We are out. I'm sorry. It's how I feel this. All right, so I'm telling them, like, let's go. We are out. It's time for us to go. We can't conversate with our brother right now. Maybe we can conversate with him later. Let's go. So we all start turning the corner, and as we turn in the corner, down the block and turn the corner, Relly is still following us.
And was he following you the entire time?
Yes.
Did he say anything that you heard?
Yes, he was yelling out obscenities
To who?
to all three of us.
Okay. How did he sound?
He sounded angry, you know? He sounded angry.
Or did any of the three of you stop?
We stopped momentarily, all because we turned in the corner, we hearing him, and so Rocky is first once he turned the corner. So Rocky is already up. You feel me? So it's me and Ills in the back. Relly starts yelling, Ills, you a crackhead. 12 you live in the projects. He tries to belittle Rocky with the objects that he has, like, oh, I got this, I got the Cuban, I got the range. And we were all confused, like, you know, we friends, so it's like.
Is there a question, Benedict?
Yes, there was.
Yes, calling for a narrative. Ask another question.
Okay. Well, I asked, what did he say? But, okay, what did he say as you were walking?
Yeah, he was, like I said, he said, yo, Ills, you a crackhead, you told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this, I got these items, and I don't really need you. Was his
anger elevated at any point?
Yes, yes. Not only is he a big dude, you know, he's
Okay, you've answered the question.
Motion to strike the last.
Everything
answer
after
is
yes
non-responsive.
is straight.
How was his demeanor as you were walking away? Relatively.
Oh, he was, to me, it was out of control. You know, it was volatile. Volatile.
Did Rocky respond to him at all?
No, because I was telling Rocky, excuse my French, yo,
Motion
Rocky,
to strike everything after no is non-responsive.
What was Rocky doing?
Rocky was turning the corner trying to leave.
And after you, all three of you turned the corner up to Selma, did you turn the corner up to be Selma right there, that little street?
Yes,
Okay. On the left there, there's a vacant lot, it's a parking lot, so, you remember that?
right here, yes.
Okay. Did you personally say anything to Relly while he was following? By the way, when you withdraw, let me ask another question. Did he follow you all the way around, including to Vista Del Mar?
Yes, he did.
Objection to the phrase follow.
Yes, he did follow us.
Okay. Did you say anything to Relly while he was following you?
I told him, excuse my French, to get the fuck out of here.
How did Relly's words and actions as you described them make you feel?
Being that this is a friend of mine, I felt
Objection
offended.
to relevance. Motion to strike is non-responsive. Motion to strike the answer, Your Honor, for objection. Seeing the objection.
The answer stricken, the question is stricken. Asking the question.
Did you feel threatened by Relly?
Yes.
Objection leading.
It is, same.
Okay, then, how did you feel by Relly's actions?
Objection relevance to his
Overruled.
feeling.
So at first I was surprised because this is a friend of mine. This is a friend that I've known the past 15, 20 years.
Objection, that's non-responsive.
Surprised.
You can
Everything after surprise, Your Honor, would be non-responsive.
you can continue.
Thank you. But yeah, like I didn't see this occurring. I didn't understand why his energy was so like violent and things like that.
Objection, again, it's non-responsive. Overruled.
Were you scared?
I was threatened. Yes.
Was it your impression, again, I'm asking you about your impression only, that Relly was about to get into a fight?
Objection, it's called for speculation. It's also
Sustained.
leading.
All right. By the way, were you, Chloe, in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relly.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
That year I worked out with Relly a few times, so I knew Relly was stronger than me. And I was
It's
also
not responsive.
Were you in the
The
position,
answer's stricken.
okay, were you in the position personally yourself, physically?
No.
Why not?
Because of my inguinal hernia.
What happened when you reached the corner of Selma and East Selma?
Well, as we get to the corner, like as I said, like trying to get Rocky up out of there, I'm in the middle and Ills in the back. So Ills is trying to calm Relly down, you know, calm him down some way. And I guess it's not working. So I guess we walk a few more feet, and then I hear like fast steps. So I turn around and I see Rel hit Ills.
How many times did you see him hit him?
I see him hit at least like twice. At least 2 times he hit twice.
And after Relly hit Bills, did Rocky do anything?
From what I recall, not when he first hit him, no.
Okay. After the second hit,
So after the second hit, Rel tried to hit me, and I moved, and then Relly hit Ills again. That's when Rocky shot down with the prop gun to scare Relly off. It didn't scare Relly off. Relly was still hitting Ills.
did you hear a second shot?
Yes, but by then the car alarms and everything.
Did you see the second shot?
Jeff,
No.
go ahead.
After the second shot, and by the way, you said Relly came after you at one point?
Yes.
We'll save that for, just going to show you the video. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
I went up to him and grabbed him to push him into the opposite direction to leave. And I'm telling him, like, yo, bro, let's go, we out here.
And did he go?
It took like a second to grab him because Rel was still beating up on Ills. He kind of wanted to like go help Ills, but I'm like,
Objection, that's gonna call for
Sustained
second.
about-
Mr. Rakim, answer.
Sustained about what Rocky wanted to do.
Yeah, what Rocky wanted to do.
Yes.
Let's do that answer again without what Rocky wanted to do. Got the question right back, please?
We'll save that for later, we'll save that, I'm going to show you a video later. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
Okay. Is that the last one?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, please.
The answer was I went to him and grabbed him, pushed him to the opposite direction and to leave, and I'm telling him like, bro, let's go, we out of here. The next question is, and did he go? That was the last question.
Okay. That's the question.
Yes.
And did he go?
Yeah, he went.
Okay. And after he went, what did you do?
so after he went and I seen him walking away from everything, I turned around I was like, all right, see, now I guess I gotta go handle the Rel situation. So I turned around to go walk. So as I turned around, I see like really hit Ills again, but he hit him again and he walked away. So then once I seen that, I seen Ills like get up and start walking my direction. So then I seen down the block, I couldn't see Rocky anymore. So then that's why I started running down the block to see who was there.
So you said you saw Relly hit Bills again. At this point, Rocky was already gone.
He was gone.
Now, did you see, did we show you, the defense show you the video that was turned over in regards to that night, November 6, 2021?
Yes.
Do you see Rocky in the video firing the sword pistol?
Kinda is grainy, but yes.
Okay. And when do you see that in relation to Relly punching Ills?
After the second time he attacked me.
And what did you, what was your understanding of the purpose of him firing that sword pistol?
Judge, it's gonna call for hearsay and speculation.
Yours?
Sustained.
After Rocky fired the sword pistol, did Relly stop?
No, he didn't.
All right, we're gonna play that video. The video, I'm gonna play it through once, sir.
Which video is it?
This is the March video, one we discussed this morning. EE,
All right, so this is a
defense.
additional defenses of
Foreplay, hold
E, Edward Allen.
on. Okay. Now, sir, what I'm gonna do, Mr. Phillips, is I'm gonna ask, I know it's spring. I'd like you to look at this video. We'll play it straight through the first time, okay?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna, after you watch it, I'm gonna ask you a question. And then we're gonna go back to it again, okay? All right, it's not that long. Go ahead. does that video that you just saw fairly and accurately represent what you saw and what you heard on November 6, 2021 of this Del Mar?
Yes.
Okay, now that the plea began, this time, I'd like you to, again, full-time without stopping it, narrate what you're seeing, explain to the jury what you're seeing. So I think you have to sort of speak to that mic. So
Okay.
can you see it on your little thing?
It's not.
It's not on. I'm probably the last person that should be helping you with this, but
They got the power. Check here.
okay. You know what to do. Just sort of look here, talk here. Unless the judge up here. The judge here. That makes the judge and the lawyer. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. We'll do it this one, okay? No, it says no signal. Check cable connection.
The only thing I ever do here is push the power button.
I did.
If it's saying no signal, then I think you gotta get Mark or.
I got it.
Of course.
Just look at it on this one. I know it's not as big as that one, but just to narrate the video. We're not gonna stop and play through all the way. Then we'll go back and stop. But I want you to just narrate what you're seeing to the jury as it's playing in real time. And what you're hearing also, okay? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so the first person you can see at the corner, that's Rocky. The black figure, you see I got my red jacket, you still can see like you can still see my red jacket, you see it was in the back, right?
Can you point to the screen behind
Yeah,
you
that's on that.
to the people that you're referring to?
Alright, so this first person right there, that's Rocky. Like he's gone. That's me behind him, and then that's Ills. So we're already leaving. So then right there, as we're leaving the corner, Relly just swings on Ills. So once he swings on Ills a couple times, I hear steps. Then he tried to swing on me. He didn't hit me. Then he hit Ills. That's when I seen Rocky shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. I'm sorry. I seen him shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. And then I just stopped.
Okay. We're gonna play it again, make it easier, and we'll stop it as you're describing things, okay? So you can take your time and point. So, go ahead.
So this first person, that's Rocky.
Okay,
You see he's already leaving.
okay,
Then that's me.
okay.
Then that's Ills.
And the white shirt?
That's Ills.
White shirt,
Yeah, I think, yeah. It just looked white because maybe, I forgot what color the hoodie he had on, but it had like white fawn on his jacket.
So is the four of you in that shot right there?
Yes, so that's me, Rocky, and Ills, and then that's Relly right there.
Okay. What do you see right there?
Right there, I see Relly attack Ills.
And is that before you see or hear Rocky fire a shot?
Correct.
Okay.
So then he's still attacking him.
Okay. And what did you just hear after he was attacking?
I heard the warning shot.
Okay. And where, can you see, go back a little bit, where Rocky fired that? Can you see where the video shows that he fired from the air into the ground?
It was at the ground. I think it's at the ground. I can't really see it bad.
Okay. Now, so after that first shot, does Relly let go of Bills?
No.
Okay, play it. Now, go back a little bit, guys. You see yourself there in the red, correct?
Yes.
You start at some point, now there's the first shot and you're still in that screen right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point you start running across the street. Why did you do that?
Because Ruggie he was about to hit me. Like I heard him creeping up behind me trying to swing on me.
Okay, and you see that in the video?
Yeah. Instead of him hitting me, he hit Hills again.
Okay, now
Motion
let's,
to strike the last part is non-responsive.
Repeat the question? Again?
You see that in the video?
go ahead.
Yeah. So after he hit Hills a couple times, he tries to hit me, right? So then I juke and I head across the street, and that's when he hit Hills again.
Okay, hold on, let's play that part. We'll try and stop. Okay, go back, guys. Now look at you compared to you're very easy point, we did a little point there.
So right here and right here. So we right next to each other.
Okay. And this is your testimony that he started coming after you.
Yes.
And then that's
I juke and I run across the street.
and that person, where's Raleigh at this point?
Relly is right here, still on top of Hills.
Okay. And do you see in this frame, in this couple seconds, Raleigh's arm this is after the first shot, correct?
Yes.
Do you see Raleigh's arm cocking back?
Sustain.
What do you see, Raleigh, if anything?
So
with
after
Raleigh?
here, I see Relly just swinging on Hills. So at this point, he's just throwing haymakers.
Go ahead, Joe.
So right, he just swinging, he's just throwing haymakers. You see his arm swinging.
No, stop it. At this point, both shots are already fired from the property.
Yes.
Okay. You have the car alarm going off?
Yes.
Despite the fact that both shots from the property were already fired, and Rocky is not next to the two of them anymore. What is Raleigh doing right there?
Relly
Judge,
is,
that's a leading question, and it's argumentative as well.
Relly is still,
Overruled.
he's still attacking Hills.
Quick play.
Like, you see that he knocked Hills down on the floor.
Okay. Now stop it. Is that you walking away after Rocky ran?
Yes, that's me right here.
And what did you say you did before you left the location?
I went to turn back to see it, like, if they were still fighting. So at that point, I say, all right, Rocky's out the way, I'll go handle the situation with Rocky, you know, or at least help Ills. So as I turn around, I see him hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay, show us where that is in the video. Go ahead. So that's you.
Yeah, that's me right here.
Where's Raleigh?
Relly and Ills are about back here.
That's Hills. And you see Raleigh?
Yeah. Yeah, right there. He walked over there to hit Ills again, and then I guess.
Your Honor. The
Just state an objection, do
back
not
on
make a
evidence.
speaking objection, just
Assumes back on evidence.
sustain.
Motion to strike the last part of the answer.
Let's rewind that for a second. A little bit, that's, okay, rewind it a little bit more. Now, right here, just let's freeze it right here. Describe what you see on the screen. Is that you in the red?
Please take for the record where we are on the,
Sure.
because it doesn't, 29 it looks like.
It's 29 seconds. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Phillips. Tell us where you are.
That's me right here.
Okay.
That's Rocky leaving.
Indicating to the record's clear, he's pointed to himself, we're looking at the screen, there are 4 people on the screen, he's indicated he is the second from the right, he's indicated that the defendant is the first from the right, is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you said now, what happens if that? You look back,
I look back to see what was going on with Ills and Relly.
and what did you see?
I see Relly hit Ills again.
Okay. Show us where. And where, by the way, stop. Where is Relly in this frame?
I think the big figure right here, but it's blurry right here.
The witness is saying he believes that Kelly would be the second person from the left, and that Ills would then be the first person to the left. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, because I believe he walked back onto Ills and then hit him again before he went up there. All right.
Okay, let's see it play.
See, he walked back.
No, there's no question pending.
What did you just see?
Hands in that.
Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question.
So I seen him walk back and hit him again.
And then after he hit him, where did he go? Really?
He walked up, is that Argyle?
That's Argyle.
Yeah, so he walked back up Argyle.
No, that's Selma, I'm sorry. Oh, it doesn't matter, hold on. Selma.
The Selma? Okay, he walked back up Selma.
Now, you can turn towards me, sir. Why did you tell Rocky to leave?
Because we were in LA. This is during COVID. You know, I'm not too sure what else is going on, but the car alarms are going on. It's bringing a lot of attention to our surrounding area. So I was like, yo, bro, like, just get out of here. You know, he said Rocky's very recognizable. Let's just get him out of front.
Did you have to convince him to leave?
Only had to convince him to leave because he wanted to make sure Ills was okay.
Objection, false speculation.
Sustain about what Rocky
Strike.
Did you have to convince him to leave?
No,
Did you physically push him?
I pushed him, yes.
Where did he, you know which direction he left in? I mean, obviously from the video, he's
Yeah.
down, he's still more.
Yes. So he started going in the, basically,
You've answered the word, you've answered yes. That's enough.
And then did you run in the same direction?
yes.
Did you see Ills soon after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. What did he look like?
You can tell he got into a fight. He had blood on his leg.
In this fight that you tried to tussle with Relly and Ills,
Yes.
did you see Ills punching back to Relly?
No.
Okay. And was Relly controlling that fight?
Honestly, Relly was like fake bragging. It was on the floor. Like Relly, he's a big dude. He's way bigger than him.
Objection, non-responsive. Motion to strike. Your Honor, to the witness, he's mentioned 8 times that the victim is a big dude, but there's no question pending. Can the court advise the witness to only answer what he's asked?
No, Your Honor. I asked it. I'm not going to judge.
Your Honor.
Only answer questions.
No problem.
Don't volunteer.
Was Relly, when you say ragging, what does that mean? Relly was ragging.
He was getting invested. He was being it was up.
How tall are you, by the way?
I'm about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay. How much do you weigh?
Now I weigh 180, but during the event I was like 160.
Who was the aggressor on both of those incidents? The parking garage and the Stillmore?
Relly.
No, sir. Just a couple more things, Mr. Phillips. Are you on Rocky's payroll?
No,
Are you financially dependent on Rocky?
no,
Do you make any money from Rocky?
no,
Now, obviously, you love him like a brother, right?
yes,
Before 2 weeks ago, now we're in January 2025, we're in February 2020. We're in February, right? Huh? No? Jesus.
yeah, that looks like.
That's the rumor. We could be June for all I know. But 2 weeks ago was January 2025.
Yes.
Okay? You were asked if in January 2025, after the trial had started, if you wanted to speak to the police or the district attorney. Remember being asked that?
Yes,
And you said?
no,
Before 2 weeks ago, in 2025, this incident happened in November 6, 2021.
yes,
In those years, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, did anyone from the police or district attorney try to speak to you ever once?
Your Honor, that's gonna call for speculation in terms of what we tried to do.
Did you ever hear from
no,
anyone from the police or district attorney's office until 2 weeks ago?
Your Honor, the witness answered the question before it was asked, so I think you probably need to hear it asked again.
Did you ever hear from them? I'll ask it again. Did you ever hear from anyone prior to 2 weeks ago from the district attorney's office or the police department asking to interview you?
no,
How many times did, when we meet a collective defense team, how many times did we meet, sir?
I believe only twice.
Okay, when was the first time?
It was August 2024.
Okay. And the second time?
It was last night.
And other than that, have we discussed your testimony?
No.
All right, no further questions, Mr.
Do you,
Phillips. Thank you.
do you want to get started now?
Yeah, I think so.
You can.
Do you consider yourself, what do you want me to call you? Do you want me to call you
Mr. Phillips,
Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips, do you know what the word unbiased means?
yes,
Do you consider yourself, when you're coming in here, to be an unbiased witness?
yes,
So, is it your position that if the defendant committed these crimes, and it's proved beyond a reasonable doubt, that you want to see him convicted?
I was there. I know the defendant didn't commit any
Motion
crime.
to strike is non-responsive.
That's not the question he asked you. He asked you a yes or no question. Listen to the question again and answer the question.
Can you rephrase the question? please?
Sure. So what I'm asking you is, I want you to assume for a moment
Yes,
that the evidence in the case demonstrates that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If that is the case, isn't it true that you don't want him convicted?
Your Honor, I object. Speculation.
Overruled. Overruled.
well, I can't really answer a hypothetical question.
When you say you can't answer that hypothetical question, you indicated he's like a brother to you, correct?
Yes,
He gave you your start, correct?
he didn't give me my start, but yes, he is a brother to me.
Well, you indicated he got you out of a bad record label deal, correct?
I never said it was a bad record label deal. I just say he helped me get out my contract.
Was the contract you wanted to get out of?
Only because I felt as though it was.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Do you want to get out of the contract?
Yes,
And the defendant, who you would agree is a very powerful individual within the industry, helped you get out of it, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. How?
Overruled.
I honestly read a contract book about the music
Motion to
business.
strike is non-responsive.
You're not answering this question.
Let me take one at a time. Do you agree that the defendant is a very powerful individual within the music industry?
Yes,
Do you agree that he was a powerful individual within the music industry even back in 2021?
yes,
Do you agree that you have much less power and influence in the music industry?
yes,
Would you agree that if the defendant wanted to tomorrow, that he has enough power to pretty much end your career if he wanted to.
What's the ground?
Argument, it's all for
Stay.
speculation.
Stay.
Does, given what you've said about the defendant's position and power, if he wanted to, do you believe that he has the ability and power to end your career tomorrow?
Objection, Your Honor, it's the same question.
Well, it is, but it goes to what Mr. Phillips believes, and I think that is relevant to,
You know,
I think it's a fair question.
No, I don't believe that.
So as you sit here today, is it your belief, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant doesn't like your testimony. He decides, you know what, I don't think Mr. Phillips did well on the stand. Wouldn't you agree that if he wanted to, not saying he would, he could make a couple of phone calls, and all of a sudden, you don't have the career that you have right now, correct?
And again, my objection is that.
As phrased, sustained.
Under what grounds, Your Honor, was it? There's no ground.
Or calls for as phrased, it calls for speculation.
I'm asking him what he believes, Your Honor, as it goes to his...
No, your last question did not mention the word believe.
All right, do you believe, Mr. Phillips, that as you sit here today, that if the defendant was unhappy with your testimony, that he has the ability and the power to significantly affect your career going forward?
To be able to accurately answer that question, I would need to apply more information.
What information would you need to apply?
Because me, myself, if that's a hypothetical question, right? But I'm an artist, and I could go by another artist name tomorrow and start over.
Well, you would agree that the defendant, as well as his significant other, Rihanna, are very powerful people within your industry, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree that if they decide they wanted to blackball you, you're blackballed tomorrow, correct?
Well, no.
No?
No.
So it's your testimony that no matter what you said today, that even if the defendant and his significant other, Rihanna, were upset with you, they would have no ability to impact your career going forward?
I know because I believe, as I told you before, I'm an artist. I could start a new way of creating tomorrow. I could be a painter. I could go sew and be a designer and still be able to live my life.
All right, he's answered the question. Go on to another.
So-
Go on to another topic.
I want to talk for a moment about your statements in court today.
Yes.
Want to approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to ask.
I want you to read to yourself, in the middle of this page, there are 12 bullet points. I want you to read what we have, starting with the following, and right where it says himself. Read that to yourself, let me know when you're done.
So from one, right here,
No, actually from, I want you to read where it says the following. Yeah, from one, I'm sorry. Good to see that, that's a one.
do I have to say my address out loud?
No, to yourself.
Oh,
You're not reading this out loud. That's why I brought it to you. Are you finished? That has been represented,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Mr. Phillips. Does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There's no grounds.
The grounds, it's misleading because it's not a sworn statement, it's not a written statement, it is.
That's not a
it's
proper
summary.
objection.
It is for
All
me.
right. That's one. Both of you.
You're on their grounds.
All right. Both of you. 177.5. State the grounds. Sustained. The objection is sustained.
During your interview that you had with the defense, did you mention the 3 incidents involving the prop gun that you testified to today?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, do you know that you mentioned them or not?
Yes.
Did you see when you reviewed the summary, the explanation of what you said, did you see any mention of those incidents?
Your Honor, objection.
What's
It's misleading. He's asking direct questions. Sorry, I don't want to speak. I don't know what to do. It's the same objections before. Reading,
Misleading.
reading from.
On that ground.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase it?
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case, and I'm asking you, does it in anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to about the defendant previously having a prop gun?
But it's not on me.
I'm
This is.
objecting. It's not misleading. I'm objecting. It's not.
Read it back.
I'm objecting because.
No, I understand. Read it back. I might have missed something in the question.
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case. And I'm asking you, does it anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified
I
to?
believe it's a
about the
summary
defendant?
of the estate.
So Your Honor, actually, as a summary, I'm asking you, does it mention anything about those statements? Those incidents? Does it mention anything about the 3 incidents you just testified to in 2018?
On this paperwork, I never seen this paperwork and I never made a statement, so I'm not too sure where this came from, but I advised about the situation that I've known before about the property.
So what I'm asking you is, when you were interviewed by the defense in this case, did you tell them about the 3 incidents in 2018?
Yes, I had to.
And how sure are you that you told them that?
I think I'm pretty sure.
Did you tell them about the situation that you testified to involving ASAP Josh?
Can you rephrase that?
Did you tell the defense during your interview with them about the situation with ASAP Josh that you testified to on direct?
The situation as far as him passing away.
As far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense?
I probably didn't. Because I had no.
Motion to strike, everything after no.
I wasn't.
He didn't say no. Objection, Your Honor. He didn't say no.
I wasn't involved.
Stop. I was making notes myself. Read the question.
Question, as far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense? Answer, I probably didn't. Because I had no, in other words.
So is the answer yes, no, I'm not sure?
I'm not sure.
Did you mention during your interview with the defense anything about you yourself having used prop guns in videos?
I'm not sure.
How long was your interview that you had with the defense?
Maybe an hour.
Do you remember when it was?
It was August 2024 in New York.
So you're saying you had no interview with any member of the defense team in this case before, when did you say, what date?
August 2024.
So you were never interviewed by any of them until almost 3 years after the incident?
Correct.
And when they were interviewing you, who was there?
It was Joe, Eleanor, and Chad.
And were they recording it? Do you
No.
remember?
What was the answer?
No.
Did they write notes that you saw?
No notes.
Did they ever talk to you afterward and say, hey, listen, here is your statement, is it accurate?
Not that I recall, no.
Did they ever even show you what they were representing your statement was?
No.
You would agree that even as we speak now, that the defendant, who you called a brother, that would be a relationship that is much closer than someone who's a business associate, right?
Yes.
It would be much closer than even someone that you would call a close friend, correct?
Yes.
Can you have a closer relationship in your mind than with someone that you would refer to as your brother?
Yes, your actual, like your blood brother, that your parents' birth.
But that would be about it, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of friends in the world, this is about as close a friend with a defendant as you have, right?
No.
How many individuals in your life are you as close to who are non-family members as the defendant?
Everybody in the ASAP collective.
So you are equally close to everybody in the ASAP collective?
I show no favoritism, yes.
Well, didn't you testify on direct examination that, as an example, once you started traveling with the defendant as his hype man, that you didn't have really, I think your words were time for rally anymore, correct?
It was time to hang out with Rudy. We still maintained a verbal communication.
So is your testimony that you are as close to all the other ASAPs as you are to the defendant?
Yes, that's a fact.
And is that true to this day?
Yes.
Do you travel with any of the other ASAPs on tour?
Yes, I do.
Did any of their ASAPs, have they made it so that you were able to be their hype men?
Times, yes.
So is ASAP Tom's, is he as...
No, I said at times, yes.
Is he as big as...
No, at times.
He's saying at times.
Oh, at times, I'm sorry. So when you're saying at times, you would agree that the defendant, he's the only person that you traveled across the world with, correct? Of the ASAPs, where it's on his dime.
That is not true.
In terms of your work right now, in terms of what you're doing, you said you don't have a business relationship with him, but how often do you see and talk to him?
So, since he had his kid, probably like once or twice a month, and he's always traveling, so I don't get to see him that much.
Do you text with him still frequently?
Not really. Last text I sent was like on Yams Day.
You would call yourself a performer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you do any acting as well?
No.
But you mentioned before that part of your job that you indicate as a hype man is you want to get the crowd going, is that right?
Well, for anybody that's a hype man, that's a part of the job description.
Right, so what that kind of means is that means looking at your audience and trying to figure out how you can get them excited or motivated, is that right?
Well, I wouldn't say motivated, and they're already excited because they have the show. It's just more or less have them.
Don't sit so close to the mic.
Okay. It's more or less have them feel like they're part of the show.
And in saying that they're a part of the show,
Yes.
you have to sit there and you have to kind of figure out, as a performer, hey, I'm up here, and how do I connect with my audience, whoever that is, right?
In a sense, yes.
As you sit here today, are you doing the same thing with the jury?
No.
You were asked questions by Mr. Tapapina on direct examination. Are you aware that approximately 8 or 9 different times when you were not asked, you mentioned gratuitously that Relly was either a large man or very muscled or big? Are you aware that you did that?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was he
Sustained.
saying?
Argumentative. Sustained.
Why did you, Mr. Phillips, repeatedly mention that Relly was a large, muscular man when you weren't asked?
Objection. Are you saying objection?
Well, the word repeatedly is argumentative.
Are you aware, Mr. Phillips, that during your direct examination, that you mentioned several times that Relly was a larger, muscular man.
Yes.
Are you aware that when you mentioned those comments, those were not in response to questions that called for that answer?
Objection, argument.
I was basically just giving a description of Relly. That was all I was doing.
When you were asked those questions, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that when you were giving that answer, you weren't being asked to give a description of Relly, you just added it? Would you agree?
I was adding a fact.
I'm sorry?
I was adding a fact.
So you were adding a fact that you wanted to make sure the jury knew, but it wasn't a question that you were asked. Is that correct?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Why, if you were not asked a direct question to describe what size Relly was, were you telling the jury he's a large man, he's muscular? Why did you do that?
Again, Your Honor,
Overruled.
object, argument.
Overruled.
Basically, I was describing a friend of mine that I used to work out with, and I was giving that detail just to let y'all know why I couldn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? Why I couldn't like pull him back at anything, because he's stronger than me.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Your Honor, that's an argument.
He hasn't finished the question.
Oh, I thought you did, I'm sorry.
Did you finish the question?
I did.
Argument, objection.
Right. Read the question back.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Can you rephrase the question?
Oh, she just, okay.
No, so I could answer you.
I'll just have the court reporter read it back so that we don't have any issues.
Okay. Kathy's going to read the question.
Okay, no problem.
Question, did you end up providing that information at several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
I stated earlier when I got on here that I had an inguinal hernia surgery and I couldn't fight.
Motion to strike non-responsive.
Well, the question is really confusing. Let's take a break now, folks. Please be out.
Well, it's a summary, but what the court said was, quote, if there is one area that they cover that is not in this summary, then they're going to contemplate.
What area?
Well, Your Honor, And so I'll.
What area are you talking about?
There is nothing about any prior incidents involving the defendant being threatened. There is.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
It says, according to the summary, Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. I believe that is sufficient.
Your Honor.
I believe that is sufficient notice of what he's going to say. Do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I do. I need to say something else, Your Honor.
All right, say whatever you want to say.
So, Your Honor, there is no incident that is related here. So there is no way as a competent trial lawyer, when they give a generality and they simply say, and that's all we get, he was a victim of violence and home invasion, then the court believes that that is sufficient for their discovery obligation for him to now talk about specific incidents, which, by the way, he said he related to them. I'll be clear. They were given that information before.
Mr. Lord, you better tone it down some and don't yell at me.
I'm not going to.
Oh, yes, you are. Tone it down.
They were given this information clearly during the interview they had with him. They did not turn it over. There is no way. How am I supposed to be able to cross-examine this witness when I'm ambushed with 3 incidents that I've never heard of?
All right,
before he
let me
takes-
hear from
Your Honor, again, this is not a complete recitation, it's not a quote.
his position is, since it mentions 3 incidents, 3 specific incidents, but it's not in your summary.
Your Honor, right here, Rocky carried a starter pistol, prop security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. And that's what he's going to do.
His complaint is that it's not set forth the specific incidents.
It's a summary. That's what we stated. That's how we started this. And we talked about home invasions, which is what he spoke to.
Just so it's clear.
Reasonable minds can differ. I believe it's sufficient.
Your Honor, so,
If there was no mention of that, I would agree, in the summary, I would agree with you.
Your Honor, again, they have 12 bullet points here, nothing specific at all. Remember, Your Honor, they're not allowed to give me a quote summary. That's not what the code requires. The code requires them to give me what he said. So what they've done is they basically gave a summary where they left out any detail whatsoever. The court's aware of it. The court said.
I have it.
So, Your Honor, how exactly am I supposed to cross-examine a witness when they are coming up with specific information that I'm supposed to have been given 30 days before trial, and I'm hearing about it as he's testifying, and I've raised the issue at least 10 different times? Your Honor, I predicted, I told the court on the record repeatedly, we have 12 bullet points for an hour's worth of interview. They're saying they didn't record it. They're saying that they didn't take any notes. They're saying that they didn't write anything down. That absolutely flies in the face of reality. I've done this job 30 years, you've done it even longer. There is no possible way that the defense did not cover these areas that they are asking them about in advance. The fact that they're not providing them, Your Honor, and that's just some of them. So now what I have to do, this also goes to, I can give the court 5 other examples from his direct evidence, his direct testimony. But now what I have to do, Your Honor, is I have to basically go through and I have to now address to the witness, well, listen, you testified to so-and-so. Did you previously relate that information? He has now said that he did. He said, I told him that with respect to the 3 incidents. We don't have it. Your Honor, under 1054.3, that is as clear a violation as you can have. The court's position is going to be, well, they told you that there was an incident, that he did it for security measures for violence and home invasion. Imagine if the discovery on our end, this prosecution was, hey, we're not going to tell you anything about the case, but someone got killed. Never give you facts, but someone was shot. Your Honor, would we be taking the woodshed, which would be appropriate? So my problem is that
You would be taken to the woodshed if there was not a police report and that was not conveyed to the defense.
and we don't have any report, we don't have any tape, and it wasn't conveyed to us. So the problem, Your Honor, is I'm doing the best I can
Right.
to try and cross it, but then the court is also.
I've heard enough.
All right.
No, I don't need anything from you either. In my belief,
this certainly could be more expansive, but I think it is sufficient. As far as you cross-examining, I'm not aware of anybody who can cross-examine better than you. I'm sure you can figure out a way to cross-examine him based on what is contained in this summary. We're off the record.
Your testimony, am I correct? Your belief is there was more than three, but you saw definite punches to Hill's face, correct?
Yes.
And were those close fist punches?
I believe so, yes.
And you have mentioned a few times that Relly is a very strong individual, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe, if you can, the force that any of those punches were delivered with?
I cannot describe the force, no.
Well, in watching it, did it appear that it was a strong punch, or did it just look like he wasn't really doing much?
Well, I know he was swinging at him, and Ills wasn't swinging back, so I understand it to be enough force to hurt somebody.
Right, and you said not only did you understand it to be enough force, but that Ills was bleeding, correct?
He was bleeding from his lip, yes.
And did you see any other injuries to his face?
His face wasn't like broken or swollen or anything, not to my recollection.
Well, so he's punched 3 times in the face, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're saying the only injury that very muscular Relly gave to him was a cut on his lip, is that right?
The only injury that I could see was his lip. I'm not too sure about anything else.
Do you know, are you aware of Ills seeking medical treatment?
No, I'm not too sure, no.
Do you know if, as a result of being beaten like this, if Ills was able to stay with you guys to continue what you were doing in your activities in Los Angeles?
Yes.
In fact, would you agree that the next day, less than 24 hours after this incident, you guys were all at Complex Con, is that right?
Yes.
And Ills was there too, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you a video that we're going to mark people's next in order.
44.
Could be a DVD, Your Honor. I want you to watch this video first, please, and I'm going to ask you questions about it if you don't mind.
No problem.
I'm going to freeze it.
This is just to show bills the next day.
Yes.
It's relevant for that issue.
I want to just at the beginning, can you tell me who is that on the right?
On,
The woman?
that's Rihanna.
Okay, do you recognize the individual on her right?
Nah, I don't know.
Do you recognize the person on to the left of Rihanna?
No.
Now, you can't see the person in full view yet, but the person on the left, you're going to see them wearing a flag. Do you know who was wearing a flag on the night of November 7th?
Not that I remember. But that's like a part of our staff.
So here's my question. Do you remember what Gills was wearing on November 7th?
I'm pretty sure he was wearing something similar to what we all wearing, or like all black people.
Let's play the video. I want you to look at the individual on the left. Stop, pause. Who's that?
It's ASAP Bill.
And I want you to watch it again. And I want you to tell me where you see any injury to him anywhere on his face.
I would object because it was focused on this.
Yes. Do you see an injury to his face?
To be honest, I can't clearly see his whole face.
Well, let me ask you something. Would you agree that you can see in this image right now, his lips are, you can see them, correct?
Yeah.
Didn't you just testify that he was bleeding from a cut lip?
I say bleeding from the lip. So I'm not too sure if it was the bottom, the inside, his tooth. I'm not too sure how it was.
So do you see any injury to his lips at all?
To be honest, if you're really looking, his lip and his sides, it looks swollen.
Wait, didn't you just say a moment ago when you were testifying that Ills didn't have any swelling on his face?
I'm looking now, I've never seen this video.
Wait a minute. I asked you previously what kind of injuries he had. Your comment 3 minutes ago was, well, his face wasn't swollen. Now you're saying, no, I'm looking at his lips and they look swollen.
I said his face wasn't swollen. I didn't say anything about his lips.
Oh, let me just ask something. In your definition, are the lips a part of the face?
Yes.
So when you said that his face wasn't swollen, wouldn't that include the lips?
No, because I would be more detailed in saying his face or his lips.
Isn't it true that when you testified earlier, you didn't realize that we might have a video of what Ill's condition was that night, correct?
I wasn't sure.
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
And that man's strict.
Yeah, you're talking about something different. The testimony was the night before, when the incident happened, the witness didn't see that Ills had any swelling on his face. This is now the next day, right?
Let me ask you, are you aware, Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
You said he didn't seek any medical treatment that you're aware of, is that right?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Are you able, when you look at the photograph, does this look to you like somebody who has been punched 3 times in the face by an extremely muscular man with a closed fist the night before?
He has a full American flag over his head. I'm not too sure what's going on in the side of his face or anything.
So just from what you can see, sir, can you please answer the question I've asked? Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong and muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
Your Honor, my only objection would be to the term closed fist. The witness said he wasn't sure.
Your Honor, that's a speaking objection.
Actually, closed fist, there's no such thing as an open fist. A fist is a fist. There's no such thing as a closed. A closed fist is a fist. If it's not closed, it's not a fist.
Well, then my question would still be easy to understand, then, Your Honor. There's no issue.
Read the question back.
Your Honor, fist could be not all the way closed, but a fist, closed fist, and that's what I asked. So
Show me an open fist.
an open fist would be like this, not closed. Can the question be read back, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm asking for that.
Thank you.
Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong and muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
What the objection is, just state the legal objection.
The state's the test.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
The Your Honor, my objection was to the term closed fist. He said he didn't know if it was closed or not.
I'll re-ask the question without the word closed.
Yeah, ask him if
Judge, I'll withdraw the objection. Just
if he
let's get out here.
saw the punch, was it with a fist or an open hand?
And I asked that. He said he believed it was with a closed fist.
I'm not too sure.
All right, then.
Wait a minute. Didn't you previously state when I asked you that you believed it was with a fist or closed fist?
I know he hit him with his hand. I can't tell you the positioning.
That's not what it's not what I asked you. This is my question. Previously, when I asked you the question, I said, was it, in essence, an open or a closed fist? And you said you believed it was a closed fist, correct?
I wouldn't believe he was just smacking him. I believe he's punching him.
Okay, so you're saying you believe it was a closed fist, so here's my question. Do you believe that that photo appears to be consistent with someone who has been punched 3 times with a fist by a large and strong individual less than 24 hours before the image was taken?
Yes, I believe that.
And can you please explain what is it about that photo that leads you to believe that there is evidence demonstrating that the person was punched 3 times in the
There should be a
face?
pointer. You said
I can't really see his whole face. As we all can see, he has an American flag, which is pretty large, on his head. So we can't see his ears, we can't see the side of his face. This is all we see. And we don't even see much of his lip. So
Let's watch a little more. I'm gonna keep stopping it. With what you see now, stop it please. Do you see any evidence in that video that you watched so far to support that he was punched 3 times in the face with a fist by a strong individual?
well, I see he has a flag on. I see he's trying to hide something.
Wait, so you're saying you think he's wearing the flag because he's trying to hide something?
That yes, he could be hiding a bruise. We're at a show, so who wants to walk around a 10-year anniversary show with bruises?
Wait, you previously stated before that everybody was dressed in the style. Isn't that flag his style? Isn't that what he's doing with the flag?
So, Live Love ASAP, on the back of the project, there's an American flag, right? So this was a part of the project, you feel me? That's why he had it. So usually, Rocky wears it to come out because he's the main artist. That's his whole look, you feel me? But that day, I believe, because it was got into an altercation. He was hiding inside his.
Just so you understand, whether I feel you or not, I can't respond to your comments. When you're answering a question and you're repeatedly saying, you feel me, you understand that I can't respond to that.
I won't say you feel me.
Okay, so let's keep watching video, and what I want you to do is, I want you to yell stop when you see any evidence that he has the kind of injuries on his face that you would expect when someone's been punched 3 times in the face by a muscular, strong individual.
You cannot see his whole face, sir.
So listen to my question. I didn't ask you if there were parts of the back of his head or his ears you can't see. I asked you, was there anything on that video that you just saw that demonstrates, you know what, yes, that's where you can see he appears to have been punched in the face. Anything?
No.
All right, let's go to a different area here. One moment. I want to talk about your relationship with Relly.
Yep.
Would you agree that although you've known Relly a long time, you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relly?
As of now, yes.
Wouldn't you agree, though, that always, for at least a long period of time, let's say the last 10 years, you've been much closer to the defendant than you have to Relly, is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you were asked on direct examination about your relationship, and what you said was, we had a good relationship in the early years. Do you recall that comment?
Yes.
Would you agree that in making that comment, it appears that you were saying that if you're qualifying that you had a good relationship with him in the early years, that means that in the later years, your relationship was not as good. Would you agree?
No, I'm not saying that.
So why did you qualify the statement? You're asked by Mr. Tacopino,
Yes.
what was your relationship like? And you say, on your own, we had a good relationship in the early years. Why did you answer that question by talking about the early years?
Oh, because earlier in my career, I was in the city more. So whether it was Bronx or Harlem, I could see him more back then. That was the only reason I said that.
Didn't you also add that you got much closer to the defendant because, quote, I didn't have time to deal with Relly. Do you remember saying that?
It's not like deal with him like he was an issue. It was I didn't have time to hang out with Relly.
Wait, when you were on direct, did you say you didn't have time to hang out with Relly? Did you say I didn't have time to deal with him?
I didn't have time to spend with Relly. I was busy.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, who used the word deal?
If I did, I used the word deal.
Okay, so what you're telling me is now you're saying, when I said I didn't have time to deal with Relly, what I really meant was I didn't have time to spend with him.
I'm clearly stating I didn't have time to hang out with Relly before because I'm on tour. I'm in studio sessions that aren't in New York. I'm out the country. I'm in Asia. I'm in different places. I didn't have time to spend with him anymore.
And when referring to the tour, that's the tour with the defendant, correct?
Not just him. I went on my own tours as well.
You ever go on tour with Relly?
No, I never went on tour with Relly. He's not a musician.
So you did go on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
So some of the times you're referring that you were on tour and you didn't have time to either deal with Relly or spend with Relly was when you were on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that he is the guy that gave you your big break, the defendant, correct?
No.
You would not agree with that?
I would not agree.
All right, let's talk about your arrival in Los Angeles. You don't live in California, right?
No.
That was Dublin, that's my fault. You live outside the state, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want you to tell me where, but specifically, but is it in New York?
Yes.
When did you come out here for the trial?
I guess Saturday.
Saturday? And where have you been staying?
Downtown LA.
Have you had any contact with the defendant since you've been out here?
No.
Nothing.
No.
You guys are friends, you're coming out here, why didn't you have any contact with them?
A few years back, I was advised by my attorney, and I'm pretty sure he was advised by his attorney, to not speak about what was going on as far as the case. So it wasn't no reason to be involved.
You said a few years back, when was this?
This was, I think, spring or summer 2022.
Okay. So you came out here, by the way, who paid for you to come out here?
I believe ASAP Blue.
I'm sorry, who?
ASAP. The ASAP, the business.
Well, the ASAP business is funded in a large part by ASAP Rocky, is that correct?
That's not true.
Oh, so when you say ASAP Blue, I'm sorry, I gotta apologize, Mr. Phillips, my hearing
It's okay, sir.
is not good.
It's all good.
So, okay, so it was ASAP Lou.
Yes.
Now, Lou is Rocky's manager, right?
Well, at the moment, I'm not too sure, but before he was his manager, yes.
Are you aware that it's been represented that Lou is his store manager?
Yes, but Rocky hasn't been touring.
Well, so here's my question. Do you think that Lou would have paid for you coming out here out of his own pocket, or would that have been your understanding paid for by Rocky?
I'm not sure. I have no answer to that. I'm not too sure.
Did you take the bus out here, or did you
I
fly?
flew.
Business or first class?
It was regular. Like, it was a regular flight.
What, they had to fly coach?
Coach, just a flight.
Sustain.
Just a flight.
Sustain.
I said
You don't have to answer. The objection sustained.
And when did you arrive?
Saturday.
And where are you staying right now?
Downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but is it a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel.
And
it's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your
You
question.
understand?
I didn't hear that. What was that?
You understand, sir?
We all do.
So, the hotel you're staying at, nice hotel, it's not gonna be cheap, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would assume, you're not eating at McDonald's while you're here, right?
I'm actually at the taco stand up the block from my hotel. $2 tacos.
Did they limit your food budget while you were here?
No, I'm paying for my own food.
So, they're paying for your hotel, they're paying for your flight, but they're not covering your food?
I actually put my card on my room.
So you put your card in your room, but the idea is they're gonna reimburse you, correct?
That I'm not too sure. That was never a conversation. That's not something I'm worried about.
So you're close enough to Rocky that you don't really care whether you're reimbursed. You're gonna come out here, stay at your own expense, and try to help him on this case. Is that correct?
No, I'm not trying to help him on the case. I was actually there and I know the truth.
Well, no, that's my question. You're saying you don't really care about getting reimbursed. You're coming out here, that hotel's not cheap, you're saying I'll put it on my card. And you're saying, I don't really care about what it's gonna cost.
Okay.
So my question to you is, if you don't care about what it's gonna cost, is that because he's such a close friend of yours? Is that right?
No, because I also have a manager out here and I had meetings out here that I had to attend to. So it's not like I'm here on his dime. I also am an artist that has things to take care of myself.
Wait, Ms. Phillips, are you suggesting to us that basically the purpose for you coming out here is to do meetings for your career, and then it just so happens that you'll testify in his criminal trial?
I was never given a specified date when I was supposed to be here.
Well, how did they arrange for you to come to court?
I just found out, I found out yesterday.
So you're saying the first time you knew that you were going to come to court was yesterday?
No, I found out that I was coming to court when we got on the speakerphone with the judge.
And then, and at that point in time, shortly after you flew out here, right?
Probably like a week or so later.
And you've been out here basically waiting to testify, is that right?
I also just been working on my artistry.
Okay, I'm not asking you how you managed to fill your time. I'm saying your purpose for being out here at this point in time is to testify in this criminal case, correct?
This is another objection.
Can I have grounds, Your Honor?
That's exactly what he asked, what he was doing.
I need a legal ground.
Oh,
That's an answer.
I'm not asking.
Overruled.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So, my question to you is, I understand that you are spending time while you're out here doing other things.
Yes.
Would you agree that the purpose for your coming out here was to testify in this trial?
As I said, I'm not too sure what day I was supposed to be here, but the judge told me when I spoke to him on the speakerphone, you're gonna have to testify or be a witness, and I guess you have to make yourself available. So I made sure I got to LA.
So, Mr. Phillips, if you can, I'm going to try to ask this question again. I'm not asking what the judge told you. I'm asking you, do you agree that the primary reason that you are out here in Los Angeles is to testify for your friend, Mr. Mayers?
It's one of the reasons why I'm in LA, yes.
Would you agree that it is the main reason that you are in Los Angeles?
It's a pretty important reason.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the other things that you are doing here are just ways for you to utilize the time since you happen to have to be out here to testify in his case? Is that right?
No, because every time I come to LA, I have my own business to take care of.
Okay. You mentioned that you have knowledge and experience with prop guns, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge and experience with real firearms?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
I've never any.
A gun, okay. How many times?
Maybe 9 shots.
Oh, wait, let me just back up. Meaning, you only shot 9 rounds one time, or you've been to a range 9 times?
I've been to one gun range and only shot 9 times.
And
So one clip.
do you know the difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver?
Yes.
You understand that a revolver has a cylinder. Some people call them cowboy guns. They have a cylinder, and the rounds get put inside of the cylinder, and then they rotate when the shot's fired. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that the semi-automatic has a magazine, some people call it a clip. You aware of that?
Yes.
And the prop gun that you testified to, was that a semi-automatic or was it a revolver?
I don't think it was a revolver or a semi-automatic. It looked like a handgun. It wasn't an actual semi-automatic.
Okay,
It was a prop.
so let me ask you. So in other words, did it look like what is supposed to be a revolver
No.
or wheel, or did it look like what's supposed to be a semi-automatic with a magazine?
It looked like it was supposed to be a semi-automatic.
Now, you mentioned that you have fired a prop gun, is that right?
No, I never mentioned I fired a prop gun. I mentioned I handled them in my videos.
Oh, so in your videos, you didn't actually fire it?
No.
Is that, I asked him that. Did you fire the prop gun in your video?
No.
Did somebody else in your presence fire the prop gun in your video?
No, that wasn't the motive of the scene.
Okay, so the prop gun in your video, you never saw fire.
No.
Have you ever seen a prop gun fired other than what you're alleging occurred during this incident?
I think the word allegedly.
Overall.
I guess just in movies and behind the scenes of movies and stuff. I'm a movie buff, so yes, I've seen them playing movies.
Do you think that you have the ability, by looking at a gun, to determine whether it is, for instance, a prop gun or instead a 9mm semi-automatic actual firearm?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah. So do you think by looking at it, seeing it, that you can tell the difference between a prop gun that's supposed to simulate like a 9mm firearm versus a real 9mm firearm? Do you think, can you tell the difference?
Well, I can't tell the difference, but in this situation,
Motion to strike.
Sustained. So the answer is no.
no.
And you testified that there were 3 other incidents where you saw the defendant with a prop gun.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you actually gave the dates of those, is that right?
Yes.
And are you able to say whether that was the same prop gun as you alleged that he had on the night of November 6th?
Okay. Yes, because in New York, when I seen him the weekend of the Governor's Ball show, he showed me the new clip that was modified so it could be secure on his waist. I seen that. And then that was the same exact device I seen in LA.
So by a clip, you're just talking about,
A belt clip.
yeah, belt clip. Let me ask you something. Is there any reason why you couldn't have a belt clip that would hold a prop gun and use that belt clip to hold a real firearm?
No, to my understanding, a real firearm is heavier than a prop.
Well, if it's a clip, can you explain to me how a belt clip, which is put on your belt, how the weight of the firearm would prevent it from being holstered in that kind of clip?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that relevant?
Yes, I'm an expert, all the speculation.
Your Honor, he testified that it's the same gun, and I'm trying to explore why he thinks it's the same gun. I have to explore the area. I got to cross it.
He says he has no experience with real guns,
Your Honor, he is.
except that he fired.
No, but I'm asking about the prop gun. I'm asking him why is it that he believes it was a prop gun. Let me.
All right, I understand your point.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you. So here's what I'm asking. You're telling me you saw him with a gun in New York. How long before this incident?
A prop gun in New York, that was probably about a month and a week, or a month or 2 weeks before we went to LA.
And you're saying that the reason you know that was the same prop gun that you're alleging he used on November 6th was because they were both in the same belt clip, correct?
Yes.
So my question to you is, how would you know that the same gun or prop gun or firearm was in his belt clip in New York 6 weeks before this incident, as was in his belt on the night that this occurred? How do you know it's the same thing?
Can you rephrase that?
So what I'm asking Mr. Phillips is, all you can say is that, you know what, he had a gun, it looked like a semi-automatic, you testified, I don't know the difference between a prop gun and a semi-automatic, I can't tell. And you're saying in New York, he had one in his belt clip, and you're going, I know that's the same prop gun that he had on November 6th because it's in the same clip. And what I'm asking you is, how do you know that on November 6th, just by looking, that was the same prop gun?
I knew it was the same modifications from the prop gun that I seen in New York. And I knew it had been modified from the first time I seen it at the DMV video shoot. So I knew it had like a specific look.
Okay, so let's back up. How was it modified? What specific look did it
It just had a belt clip and I think a clear clip as far as the magazine.
have? So are you aware, when you're talking about a magazine and you're talking about a belt clip, that could be used with certain other firearms?
Well, I'm not too sure, but I knew from my understanding, from being at the video shoot, seeing him again, being with him multiple times, I'm familiar that I believe it was the same one. I don't think he was just switching around props.
Well, when you say you don't think you should switch it around, you've already said you don't have any expertise in real firearms.
No, I don't.
You've shot a gun a total of 9 times in your life, 9 rounds on one occasion. So wouldn't you agree that you can't tell us anything about whether or not those were the same guns or not, other than they were in the same belt clip and they looked, by the magazine and the color, similar?
Well, aside from, this being my friend and having a conversation about it, he gave me like, oh, this is
Motion to strike is non-responsive. So what you're saying is that the only reason you can say it's the same gun is because he told you so.
He told me and I seen it.
Okay. But by the way, what if he was lying?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
when someone tells you something, particularly in this situation, you don't have any independent information to demonstrate that it's the same gun other than what you said, correct?
Correct. But he would have no reason to lie to me. So
He would. So you decided Mr. Phillips, you decided that the defendant has no reason to lie to you, and so therefore, you're accepting whatever he says as the truth. Is that correct?
I'm not just accepting it as the truth. I can see with my own eyes.
You can see a gun that you have no experience identifying with, and that you have decided is the same gun because it's in a clip and has a similar looking magazine. Is that correct?
Rephrase that.
So you've decided that it's the same gun and that you believe him. You just said, I'm looking at it myself as well, because you looked at it and it looks the same to you. So you're saying, I looked at it, it looks the same, correct?
Yes.
But you're also saying, I don't know anything about guns.
Well, I don't. I just, from my recollection, I knew it to be the same device from the previous situation.
It's time to move on to another topic.
When you,
It's time to move on to another
you know,
topic.
when you use the word prop gun and starter pistol, are you using those terms interchangeably?
I believe, prop gun is the section of it, and then a starter pistol is under the prop gun. Like, I guess it's like a certain kind of prop gun. A starter pistol is a certain kind of prop gun.
Okay, so when you spoke to the defense, did you tell them that Rocky carried a starter pistol prop for security measures? Are those
Yes.
your words?
Yes.
Do you actually know specifically how a prop gun works? Meaning how it's fired, what happens when it's fired?
No, I don't.
Now, you testified that Mr. Mayers carried the starter pistol for, quote, security measures. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said in your statement, would you agree that the only thing that you mentioned about that was he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion?
Judge, objection to your statement.
Your Honor, this
Sustain, sustain.
Your Honor, this has been presented as his statement.
Objection, speak objective.
Oh, boy. All right, right. That is a summary of his statement.
I'm going to give this to you again. I want you to review it. And I want you to tell me if there is anything in this statement that is not in fact what you said to the defense. I want you to read it to yourself. Do you understand?
You said that I did not say it.
No, that you, yeah, correct. I want you to read this. This is being represented as what you said.
Objection.
A summary of what he said.
A summary.
It's
So-
summary, so it's not word for word.
No, correct, there's no quotes, I want you to ask, I want you to read it, I want you to tell me, after you've read it, is there anything in there that is not a representation of what you said to them?
No, it's nothing in it.
So you're saying that's all correct of what you said to them, is that correct?
This is a summary, so I'm not too sure, like, I see it as this is what I said, and it could be things that I said that they didn't put there, but this is just a summary. I'm not too sure.
So let me ask you again, so here's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, is there anything in here that is incorrect that you did not tell them?
No, no.
Objection.
So,
Well,
all right. So at this point, Mr. Phillips, you now said that this represents everything in here is what you said. You said there might be things that are not in here that you said, but there's nothing in here that you've read about what you said that you did not in sum and substance say.
Can you rephrase that?
In
I'm
other
trying to
words,
understand you.
sure. What I'm asking you is, you've read these 12 lines.
Yes.
These 12 lines, you're saying, you know what, these might not be my exact words, but this is what I told him.
A summary, yes.
Yes. And you were saying, I might have told him some things that are not here, correct?
No,
So this is a complete, this is everything you told him?
pretty much.
Well, let me ask you something. I want you to look and I want you to tell me where there's anything about any prior incidents with Rocky carrying a prop gun.
objection. relevancy.
Sustain.
On relevance ground, Your Honor?
Correct. Whether he sees it or not is irrelevant.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you've said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you've testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Relevant to the objection again.
What's the question?
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you've said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you've testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Ask the question.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, you testified on direct about 3 incidents with Rocky on the prop guns. You know that?
Yes.
You agree there's nothing in here about any specific incident, is that right?
Objection.
Well,
Relevancy.
I don't see it.
Stop. What's sustain? It's not relevant. That he doesn't see anything about the 3 incidents in it. It's not relevant that he didn't see it. Or that it's not in there.
You just testified that this is a complete version of what you told the defense. You just testified.
Did not say that.
It misstates the evidence. That's not what he said.
So, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
did you discuss with the defense in advance of you testifying these 3 incidents regarding Rocky possessing a prop gun?
See, in 2024, when we first had our meeting, maybe I could have said something about it, but I'm not too sure.
Well, so let me ask you something. You would agree that, as far as you know, the first time that you related the information about these prior incidents with the prop gun was not when you were on the stand today, correct? Meaning, you had already told the defense about these incidents with Rocky and the prop gun, correct?
I think so, I believe so, I'm not too sure.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that it would be really important if you're trying to explain the situation with the prop gun, that you would have communicated, hey, listen, I've seen Rocky 3 other times with a prop gun. Would you agree that would be important?
Yes.
So, do you believe that you would have told the defense of that important information when they interviewed you?
Maybe, I'm not too sure, it was a while ago.
Do you agree that there's no mention of it in what I handed you?
This is,
What's the grounds?
Relevancy. Same only
It's not relevant that it's not in there. Sustain.
Now, you're aware that at the time of this incident, that Mr. Mayers, let me back up. Can you explain, you said that he carried the starter pistol for security measures, and you then expanded that to say he did so after being a victim of violence and home invasions, correct? Can you explain to me how a starter pistol would assist someone who was the victim of violence or a home invasion?
well, only answer that I have is that you could scare somebody away with it. That's the only thing that I have.
So if somebody was doing a home invasion, I want you to assume the following hypothetical.
Yes.
An individual does a home invasion and they have a weapon such as a firearm. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to act as a deterrent to someone with a real firearm?
See, that's a hypothetical situation.
You don't have to answer, the objection sustained.
Mr. Phillips, can a prop gun, in your experience, does it have the ability to actually stop somebody from committing violence against you?
From my understanding with the situation with Relly, no.
In fact, the reason you say that is it's your testimony that Relly knew it was a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna get back to this in a moment. In the entertainment world, in the rap world that you are involved with, are you aware of individuals, of rappers, unfortunately, who have been subjected to violence, even who've been murdered?
Objection, Roberts.
Yes.
Would you agree that if someone was out to commit a violent offense against an individual, that a prop gun is not going to be a match for a real gun or a knife or any other kind of weapon? Would you agree?
Well, I'm not too sure because I'm not in another person's shoe, and I'm not too sure how they would react to seeing the prop gun.
I want to give you the following hypothetical. I want you to assume that you're in your own home and home invaders come into your house with real firearms. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to be the kind of weapon that's going to have any ability to stop those individuals?
I'm not too sure.
So you think that an individual, someone comes in with actual firearms, person pulls a prop gun, can you explain to me what they can do with that prop gun when they're up against somebody with a real firearm?
Well, the prop gun sounds and looks like a real gun. So I feel like if somebody's breaking into your home and they see you make a gesture to protect your home, they might not even shoot you. They might just leave. They go.
Don't.
So,
You're getting a little bit loud. Don't sit so close to the microphone.
so it's your testimony, though, your prior statements, that Relly knew, allegedly, this was a prop gun at the time the defendant pulled it out. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that.
Can you explain to me how, if Relly knew it was a prop gun, how pulling out a prop gun that Relly knows is fake is going to act as a deterrent to anything?
The sound.
The sound.
Yes, the sound.
So meaning your testimony would be that if Relly sees a gun that he knows is fake, you would agree a prop gun can't hurt him. Would you agree?
Correct.
But that if that prop gun that can't hurt him is fired, that the sound is going to scare him.
I would reject what was stated by another state official.
Can you rephrase it?
Are you saying that even though you testified Relly knew that this was a prop gun and not real, you're saying the deterrent would have been that, well, the sound could have scared him?
Yes.
Can you explain how the sound of a gun that somebody knows is phony and not real is going to scare anybody?
Well, it's so loud that you would think it's a real gunshot and you would move away.
But you just told us, sir, that it's not a question of whether he thinks it's a real gun or not. Your position, your testimony is that he knew it was a fake gun, and that as soon as the defendant pulled it out, he said something effective, put that fake shit away. Correct? That's what he testified to?
Yes.
So how is it that if he knows it's a fake gun, how is that going to deter him from anything?
Speculation, Your Honor.
You're aware that at the time of the incident, that Mr. Mayers had real guns, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Well, you've seen real guns in his house, correct?
I never seen him with a real gun in his house. Well, no.
I'm sorry,
Let me-
answer again.
I said I never seen him with a real gun in his house.
Let's show People's 39, A through F, please.
Want to start with that?
You've been to the defendant's house in West Hollywood, correct?
Yes.
You stayed there, correct?
Yes.
You partied there, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
You've been there on multiple occasions, correct?
Yes.
You were there in 2021, correct?
Yes.
You've been there since that time, correct?
Been there since, a couple times.
So, this people's 39, you recognize that's the defendant's bedroom in his bed, correct?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but it looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell.
Well,
Because it also, like, you never been to Rocky Crib. He be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic. So
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not too sure.
Okay. When you look at it right now, does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWGE mean?
Oh,
Huh?
oh,
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
mean oh.
Well, okay. What's that term from?
Objection,
What- Your Honor, I'm having a crew.
Do you know what that means?
No, I just know it's oh. It's just.
Do you know what the letters mean?
I don't know. I could have my own way, but I'm not.
You don't know for sure?
No.
Your Honor,
Speculation.
there was a,
One shoot or sidebar, or we gonna?
yeah, we need to go to sidebar.
Off the record.
What AWG is, and you have said you have no idea, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you hear the defendant, when I asked the question, loudly say, don't answer it?
I heard something. I'm not too sure what I heard. I was listening to you.
Did you hear somebody say, don't answer it?
I didn't hear what was verbally said. I heard something.
Isn't it true that AWG, AWGE, is a brand that is connected with the defendant?
Yes.
So a moment ago, when I asked you what AWG was, and you said I have no idea, why did you say that when you're now saying, yes, it's a brand connected with the defendant?
Objection, misstates the testimony, Your Honor. That's what it means. Not what it
Yeah,
was.
that was the question. Yeah. Sustained.
Did you, a moment ago, testify that you did not know what AWG was when I asked you?
You asked me what did the acronym mean.
No, I did not. I never used the word.
You said, well, you asked me what.
Don't start debating with
What
each other.
does, I asked you, what does AWG mean? And you said, I have no idea. Do you recall that?
I know what ASAP means. I don't know what all means.
All right, that's,
Okay. So,
hold up, we'll take a break now, and this issue's been fully explored.
all right.
let's break till, no. 10 I'm sorry, 10 to 3. 10 to 3. relevant. Next Wednesday is a holiday. What else? So there's a very good chance that you should have the case long before that. If you're not finished, you won't have to be here on Wednesday. I think it's Abraham Lincoln. Is it Abraham Lincoln's birthday? Abraham Lincoln. All right, we're back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Willen, go ahead.
Mr. Phillips, would you agree that that appears to be the defendant's bedroom at West Hollywood Home?
I believe so.
I want to show you the next photograph, which is going to be 39B. And this is an image that is taken from behind the bed. It's a little bit hard to see. Do you see the item? Let me bring it up to you, which might make it easier. Okay. I want you to look at this item that's in a red square. For the record, I handing you that pointer? I'm thinking, I'm showing him. I'm showing him this item here. Is that correct, Mr. Phillips? That's what I just showed you on the photo. So you agree it's a little easier to see on this one, on the photo itself rather than the overhead?
Yeah.
You see that? Can you tell me, what does that look like to you?
It looks like a handgun.
Handgun. And you would agree, does this look very similar to the prop gun that you have testified that you saw the defendant in possession of?
Well, no.
How's it different?
It doesn't have the modifications on it.
So what was the modification that the prop gun has that this one doesn't have?
It had like a belt clip, and then it had like I think like a magazine, like a clay magazine hanging.
Okay, let me just ask you. You understand that a belt clip would not be a part of any gun, right? You understand that, right?
If it's modified, then it's an accessory to the gun name. So it's a part of the gun name, yes.
Well, so this is what I'm saying. For instance, you're saying the defendant was wearing a belt clip during the incident, right?
Yes.
And you see that he takes the gun out of the belt clip, correct?
Well, no. No, I never seen him take the gun out the belt clip.
That's what I'm telling you. You saw the gun, you've seen the video as an example. The gun is removed, correct? And there's no belt clip that is on the gun when it's in his hand, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, when you're saying, well, this isn't the same gun because the prop gun had a belt clip, you can have the gun separate from the belt clip, correct?
If you take it off, I'm assuming, but I'm not too sure.
Okay, well, so what I'm asking you is, when you look at that gun itself, other than the belt clip and the fact that you are saying you can't see the magazine in that photograph, correct? No. Here, let me give it to you right now. Can you see it?
Well, no.
So you would agree that because of this photograph, you cannot see the bottom of the firearm where the magazine would be, correct?
Because of the photograph.
Yeah,
Okay.
right, but you can't see it, right?
No. And then you also can't see if the belt clip is on the side, so I'm not too sure.
So, but here's what I'm asking you. Because you can't see the entire belt, you can't see the magazine, and you don't know if there's a belt clip, other than that, this gun looks similar to the prop gun that you've seen the defendant with, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't say that.
So what I'm asking you though is this gun appears to be a semi-automatic, right? It's not a revolver?
It's not a revolver.
Okay. And the prop gun that you saw was a semi-automatic, correct?
Yes.
What color was the prop gun that you saw the defendant have?
It was black.
And was it black all 3 times you've seen it?
Yes.
All right, I want to go to the next image. By the way, the firearm was behind the defendant's bed in his house approximately 5 months after this incident occurred. Are you following me?
I hear you.
I want to ask you, you were told that the defendant was told that he needed to carry a prop gun for protection against violence or home invasions, correct?
I was never told, or I never told anybody.
So where did you get the information that Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures after being the victim of violence and home invasion? Where did you get that information from?
Because when I seen him, and the days that he had to secure on him, he had no security.
Okay, so my question is are you aware that the defendant kept real firearms, not prop guns, in his bedroom next to his bed?
No, I did not hang out in his bedroom.
So would you agree that if the defendant was keeping real firearms next to his bed, that that would be different, a different step than keeping a prop gun for protection?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. So let me just show you the three other photos. So going to the next photo, this is that same handgun. The evidence is indicated it's a 44 Magnum semi-automatic. Do you see at the bottom? Can you see what looks like a magazine on the bottom or no? Do you recognize that?
No, I've never seen this.
Okay. You go to the next image. This again, next to the bed. And you will see a gun case, where you go to the next photo. Inside the gun case, by the defendant's bed, is a rifle. Have you seen this before?
No.
One second.
Have you seen that before?
No.
Did you ever know the defendant to have a rifle in the bedroom?
No.
Let's go to the next image, please. Do you know what this is? Can you see what's pictured? Do you know what that is?
Is that the same rifle?
No. Do you know what? Do you see in the front? Do you see those things that have red on top? Do you know what those are?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what those are?
Those shell cases, those shells?
Those are shotgun shells. Do you know what shotgun shells are?
No, I'm not a gun specialist.
Okay. So what you see here is a shotgun. That's the evidence that's been presented in this case. So my question is, were you aware that next to his bed, in his bedroom, the defendant kept not a prop gun, but a large caliber 44 Magnum handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun? Were you aware of that?
All right, should that objections ask
What's the objection?
clarification on the
That's not. I didn't ask for a date. They asked for a date. What?
Say again?
ambiguous as to the date.
Are you aware that when the search warrant was served, approximately 5 months after this incident, that the defendant had these firearms, a 44 Magnum, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
As I said before, I did not hang out in his bedroom, so I do not know what he had in his bedroom.
But you testified that it was your understanding that the defendant was keeping a prop gun for, among other things, protection against home invasions, correct? That's what you testified to.
Yes.
So, do you know why, if the defendant was keeping a prop gun for protection against home invasions, that he had a large caliber handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
Objection,
No?
speculation.
Sustain.
Are you aware if a prop gun has ever been collected from the defendant?
I have no idea.
Now, you said that at the time of the incident, that the defendant did not have access to security, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that's because of COVID, is that right?
Yes.
But weren't you at a giant concert the next day in Long Beach that had all kinds of security?
They provided security.
Well, so are you telling me that the defendant, your testimony, was not in a position to have security if he wanted it on November 6th?
Can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack Relly?
I object to what Ills, Rakim
No, those are not grounds for objection.
calls for speculation of the mind of another. So it is a ground.
The question is not called for speculation. I'm asking you. What's that, Your Honor?
Oh, well, wait, read it back. I'm focusing on the first part of the question and read it back.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack?
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you knew in advance that the defendant was planning on attacking Relly?
Yes or no?
That's not true.
Do you know when the defendant ended up first having the prop gun that day?
Well, as I stated before, I was staying at the Park Hotel. I did not wake up at his house. I'm not too sure what was going on before that.
So, is it your position that there was no security available for the defendant that evening? Or is it your position that he just didn't want the security? I'm trying to understand, what is your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So, there was no security when the three of you, Ills, and the defendant, met up with Relly, correct?
Correct.
So my question is, are you saying there was no security because there was no security available? Or are you saying there was no security because you guys didn't want security?
There was no security available that he hired. They had security at Complex Con already. So I felt as though this is what I believe. Why pay for extra security when you have security at the venue?
Well, so wait a minute. Haven't you said that the defendant has been a victim of repeated incidents of violence when he is out on the streets?
I never said that. I said we were in a club and a situation happened in the club.
So you mentioned in your statement that he has been a victim of violence and home invasion. What did you mean by that?
Well, I was with him when we got jumped in the club and cut. And it's been a situation where I've been in the house and it's been like stalkers outside with signs and stuff like that.
When you say cut, you got stabbed?
Yes.
Who got stabbed?
I got stabbed and Rocky got stabbed.
And when was this?
2018.
And this was in your home, his home, is that right?
No, this was, we was out at a club. We was at a club.
So my question is, you're saying there was security at the event in Long Beach,
Yes.
right? So my question is, you're now in downtown Los Angeles, right? How did you describe downtown Los Angeles earlier in your testimony?
It's pretty crazy downtown Los Angeles.
So you're in downtown Los Angeles with the defendant, Ills, yourself, and there's no security, is that correct?
Well, security wasn't needed. We was going to see one of our friends.
I object.
Take the ground.
Yes, misstates the testimony. This is West Hollywood.
Exactly. Where you just
It's
changed.
it's assumed facts, not evidence. This happened in Hollywood, it didn't happen downtown Los Angeles.
I'm staying downtown.
Let me back up. do you agree, is what you said about downtown Los Angeles and the dangers, do you believe that that applies to Hollywood as well?
Yeah, they have homeless people in tents in West Hollywood as well.
Yeah. You would agree that the area where you were meeting up with Relly in front of the W, that is an area where there are plenty of individuals who are homeless and violent like downtown Los Angeles, correct?
Possibly.
Well, is that your experience?
Yes.
So, Mike? So, my question is, did you choose, or the defendant choose, did you guys choose not to have security that night, or are you saying there was just no security available?
We had security for the complex con event. From there, we left. We were going to go to another show. But before that, we were going to communicate with Relly because we had another show the next day, which is complex con. So there was no need to have security. It wasn't going to be any issue. You know, these are friends. We've been friends for the past 20 years.
But you've indicated he's going to be out on a public street in Hollywood where he's a well-known individual.
Yes.
And don't you agree that given what you've said, that whenever he is out, that he is at risk?
He's very recognizable.
So my question is, isn't it true that the reason that you did not have any security with you that night was because there was a plan that Relly was going to be attacked?
That is not true.
Time to move on to another topic.
Now, you said it was, it's been said that it wasn't, let me back up. You said that ASAP Relly knew and said, hey, that's a fake gun, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware, was it common knowledge as far as you knew, that Mr. Mayers carried a rocket?
Yes.
And when you say it was common knowledge, where was it common knowledge? In other words, who knew that he carried a rocket based on what you know, general reputation?
Pretty sure his close friends, family, and circle. It wasn't something, because if he's out here telling people, yo, I just got a problem, you never know who could tell somebody else and put him in another dangerous situation.
So you're saying that it's not that everybody out there knows he's carrying a profit, it's just close family and friends, right?
Yes, and Relly was a close family and friend.
Did you ever know the defendant to carry a real firearm?
No, but I did know he had a permit.
I'm going to motion to strike, the second part is non-responsive.
Everything after no is good.
So I want to start at the beginning of the day of the incident. So I want to start the beginning of November 7th. Where did you sleep the night of November 6th?
At the La Park Hotel.
And were you by yourself?
In my room, yeah.
Yeah. You had flown out before that from New York, is that correct?
Yes.
How'd you get out here?
By flight.
Did you go commercial?
It was a regular flight. It wasn't first class. It was just a regular flight.
You didn't fly out, the defendant didn't fly you out private?
No.
No? All right, so you fly out. When do you land?
Either the first or the second.
Okay. And where did you stay between the first and the second and the 7th?
So the La Park Hotel wasn't too far in the area, so we would hang out at his crib, you know, whether we creating or just having a good time. This is the 10-year anniversary of the Love ASAP, so we have a lot of friends and family in town. So we was going back and forth from the crib to our hotel. Like, he had family there, so we stayed at the hotel.
Right. By his crib, meaning the defendant's home in West Hollywood, right?
Yes.
The home where I've just shown you the picture of the bedroom and the bed, correct?
Yes.
And so you're saying you were actually at that house, not months before or months after, but literally the day before the incident occurred?
Yes.
Was Gills there too?
Yes.
What about Relly?
No.
At this point in time, were you aware of any, I'm not asking you to explain what it is, so listen to my question carefully. Were you aware of any issues between Relly and the defendant on on November 6th.
Rephrase that.
So were you aware of any problems between Relly and the defendant on November 6th?
A problem? No.
Were you aware of any animosity or hostility going either way?
I was aware that two brothers wanted to have a communication with each other, and they was trying their best to reach out to one another. That's what I was aware of.
When you say they want to have a communication, isn't it true that the two of them were having issues with each other?
I wouldn't say issues, they just weren't communicating on the same page.
And by not communicating on the same page means that the two of them were having a problem, and your belief was they needed to work it out. Is that right?
To me, it wasn't a problem because, like I said, we've been friends and brothers for the past 20 years. It wasn't a problem.
Well, isn't it true that what you're saying is you believe that it was a problem that could be worked out, but will you concede that the two of them on that day had some issues with each other, going both ways?
So from my understanding, it wasn't a problem. It was more of a miscommunication, and they needed to communicate.
Please answer the question.
So, were you aware of any bad feelings that Mr. Mayers had towards Relly?
No.
Were you aware of any bad feelings that Relly had toward Mr. Mayers?
No.
So, how was it that you, Ills, and Mayers ended up meeting up with Relly near the parking garage around the W Hotel?
Well, we were already together, me, Rocky, and Ills, because we was at the rehearsal for Complex Con. So whoever was going to be there was going to be with her regardless. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to do this. No, we were at rehearsal.
And isn't it true that it was Mr. Mayers' idea to meet up with Relly?
I'm not too sure who idea it was. I just know he wanted to speak to Relly because we had a show the next day, and he wanted Relly to be there.
So, would you agree that Mr. Mayers, as far as you knew, wanted to meet up? I'm not asking why, but wanted to meet up with Relly.
Because we got downtown, well, we got to where we got to, I believe so, yeah. He wanted, that's his bro. He just wanted to speak to him.
What was your understanding as to what was supposed to happen at this meeting?
Well, whatever miscommunication that they had going on, I believe that they were going to speak. The next day was the show. Everything was just going to be great. It was going to be like it was 10 years ago.
Now, you were with the defendant most of the day, correct?
No, because, like I said, I stayed at the La Park Hotel. So once I left the La Park Hotel and we got ready for rehearsal, then I linked up for rehearsal.
I want to show you People's 13, please. This is a text that was sent approximately within an hour of the incident on November 6th. The evidence has demonstrated that this was sent by the defendant to Relly. The defendant's part of it is what is in gray, and the victim is in blue. Are you aware? Well, first of all, you were with the defendant at 9:34 p.m. that day.
Yes, I was.
And it says, Wyatt, let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you agree, knowing the defendant, that that sounds like he is upset with the person he's sending it to?
No, because actually, Rocky typed in all caps. So it's like, nah, this is regular. Let's get to it. Stop looking at my calls. He's calling him. It doesn't seem like he's exclamation marks and anything.
Stop ducking my calls. You would agree that means that Relly's not answering his phone calls, correct?
Yeah, he's not picking up.
Okay. And would you agree that even at this time in his life, the defendant was not used to people, in your experience, not answering his calls?
I'm not too sure what he's used to.
Okay. Other than trying to fix things between them, etc., and talk, do you have any knowledge as to what the purpose was for that meeting?
Yes. So that we could have a amazing show the next day. they had conflicts going. As you can see, the video showed me earlier, it was friends and family. So it wouldn't have been unusual for Relly not to be there. Like, he was supposed to be there.
Was your understanding that Relly was supposed to perform there?
Relly is not a musician.
I'm sorry, was supposed to
He's supposed to be there. Like, okay, he doesn't rap, you feel me? But he is a part of the family, so why not have him be there?
And when you say Relly was supposed to be there, how do you know that?
Because the other members of the ASAP collective were there.
So you're assuming that because the other members of the ASAP collective were there, that Relly was invited, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that Relly has testified that he was not invited?
I'm not too sure. But it seems odd that he wouldn't be invited.
Well, would you agree that it wouldn't be odd if the defendant is upset with him?
It would be odd if he was upset with him, but I don't think he was upset with him.
So this is my question. Would you agree that if the defendant was upset with Relly, that you would not be surprised if Relly was not at...
Rephrase that for me, please.
So, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relly. I want you to assume that. If that's true, you would agree it wouldn't surprise you if Relly wasn't invited to the performance, right?
I don't think I'm up here to assume.
What's that?
I'm not up here to assume.
Well, so when I give you a hypothetical, that's exactly what you're to do. So, I'm asking you, so listen, you haven't testified in court before, so when someone, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical.
Okay, no
When
problem.
I give you this hypothetical, that means you need to assume that the hypothetical is true. So I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relly. If the defendant was upset with Relly, would you agree that it would not be unusual, knowing the defendant, for him not to invite Relly to the show?
Objection, 2 grounds of relevant cause of speculation.
Sustained.
I want to start with the incident by the parking garage. You would agree that there were 3 of you there, yourself, ASAP Mills, and Mr. Mayers, and that Relly was by himself, correct?
Yes. But I wouldn't say he's by himself. We all part of the same collective.
Do you recall yourself, prior to the meeting, do you recall yourself trying to call or text Relly when the defendant could not get a hold of him?
Yeah.
So why were you texting or calling Relly when it wasn't you that wanted to talk to him?
Well, for one, we are all, it's a brotherhood, right? So if one person can't get in contact with one person, let me try. That was all.
And the reason, correct, that you ended up calling or texting Relly was because you believed that Relly was ducking the defendant's calls. He didn't want to talk to him, right?
Can you rephrase that?
So you've seen the text that's right in front of you. It says, "Stop ducking my calls." That's from the defendant, correct? You yourself, at around that time, texted or called Relly trying to get a hold of him as well, right? And you were doing that because he would not return the defendant's text, correct?
Well, I didn't have like a reason, like because he did it. Relly is a friend and a brother of mine as well, so I'm trying to reach out.
But you're trying to reach out because you're aware that the defendant, who you're in the car with, can't get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
So you are reaching out at the defendant's behest because you want to try and set up communication between the defendant and Relly, correct?
Yes, I want to set up communication.
And he wouldn't take your call and respond to you either, correct?
From my recollection, no.
Meaning that's correct, what I said, he did not respond?
Yes.
So, you said that you guys get there. You previously testified that when you guys arrived, there was no plan, correct?
There was no plan. As far as a plan, the situation before was for Rocky to converse with Remy. That was it.
And at this point in time, you agree, you have no idea that the defendant has any kind of gun, prop gun or real gun, on his body, correct?
I knew he had the prop because he had the prop at rehearsal.
Oh, so you knew he had the prop gun.
At rehearsal.
When's the first time you saw the prop gun in the defendant's possession that day?
In his possession?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. It might have been the altercation.
Okay, so,
Like in his possession.
so you
because
said he had it earlier that day?
Yes, the ASAP Blue had it earlier that day because Rocky was on stage rehearsing. So he couldn't rehearse, jump around, and, you know, get ready for the show in that state. So he gave it to ASAP Blue.
Did you actually see this?
I only seen Lou with it. I didn't see when he gave it to him, no. I was also on stage rehearsing.
How do you know that ASAP Blue, the gun that he had, was the same gun that the defendant had?
Well, Lou is the only liaison at the show that could be able to do anything with Rocky aside from us. So that's why I believe it to be the same thing.
My question is, how do you know that that's the same? Did you see Lou give the gun back to Rocky?
I can't recall.
So you mentioned that you guys arrived at the location by the W, and you had a driver, right?
I believe so.
And would you agree that up to this point, there is nothing abnormal? You're saying you don't know what's going to happen, right?
Well, the car ride was beautiful. You know, we together. Like I said, it's the anniversary of a big situation for us. So everything was love.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, at this point in time, nothing unusual has happened, right?
No.
And you have no reason to believe, would you agree, you have no reason to believe at this time that there's going to be anything unusual that's going to happen?
No, because I even heard them quickly on the phone. Really picked up for Rocky. You feel me? And it was a regular conversation. Nobody's going back and forth, yelling. They were able to tell each other where they were going to be so he could meet up. It wasn't no, yo, it wasn't nothing like that.
Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I couldn't. I think I couldn't really hear Rel, but I heard Rocky jokingly ask like, "Yo, where you at, bro?" I believe he told him where he was at, which was I think the W Hotel or something like that. And you know, Rocky and Relly had a relationship for years. Relly was viewed as Relly the boss. He told him that he was at the W. Rocky joking with him, "Yo, you're not at the bum ass W, bro. Where you at? Like, let me see where you at. Like, show me your room." And I guess bro act like he was at the W, but he was somewhere else. But yeah, that was the conversation. It was a friendly conversation because they friends.
So what you're saying is that the conversation between Relly and Rocky leading up to this first incident was completely friendly and just joking around. So my question is, do you agree that up to this point, when you're arriving near the W, there's nothing special about the ride you're on, no reason for you to remember anything, correct? Just a regular day, regular ride?
Well, it was special because I'm with my brothers.
No, but I'm asking not in terms of this special, is there
Yeah.
anything memorable about it in particular, just driving the car?
I think he was playing new music. You feel me? So that was cool. It was a vibe.
So you mentioned on direct examination, you mentioned that when you got there, you were able to recite the literal order of who got out of the car. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, because I was sitting in the back of the car.
So how do you remember specifically, you had a driver, right?
Yeah.
So how do you specifically remember the order of you, the defendant, and Ill, who got out of the car? What made you remember that, do you know?
Well, because if I'm in the back and they're the only two that's in front of me, they gotta get out first.
What kind of vehicle were you in?
It was like a black truck.
Was it a two-door truck?
Nah, it's like a 4-door, like big body black truck.
Right, so you're basically like a luxury chauffeured SUV, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to get out first. Everybody's got a door. They can exit how they want, right?
No, that's not true. Because you can't always sit with the driver. So the driver has his door, and then the 2 doors in the back is for the 2 passengers in the back. Then it's a seat that's behind there. And and I was sitting right behind my two bros in the back, and they were sitting in the two seats in front of me.
I'm just asking you, do you know why it is that you specifically remember the exact order of who exited the car?
Because that was the only people that I was with.
So you get out, and how long after you get out is it that you see Relly coming up?
Can you rephrase that?
After you get out of the car?
Yes.
Or the truck,
Mhm.
how long after that is it before you see Relly coming up?
Well, I seen him. I was already kind of like out the truck already, but I wasn't as far up as, you know, it was in Rocky because I got out last, you feel me? So I'm kind of in the back. I see them in front of me. I see Rel coming down the hill.
Okay, when you first saw Relly, how far away was he from the closest of the three of you?
When I first seen him, he wasn't that close. No.
He was by himself though, right?
Yeah.
So he's coming up, and would you agree that if you can see him, he can see the three of you, is that right?
I'm pretty sure, but I feel like he probably seen Rocky only. He probably didn't see me till last. I don't think he seen me until I came up in between.
So it's your testimony that, based on where you're positioned, that you don't think Relly knew you were there until after the incident started?
Yeah.
But he did know, at least in terms of position, you believe you would have been able to see Gills, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that Relly comes up, and you said before he was like walking in a fashion. Can you describe, was there something about the way he walked that led you to believe that there was a problem?
Well, you know, I done worked out with Relly, so I know him. And his movement, he had a little more pep in his step than usual. And he's coming down, like, it's big like a hill, so he's coming down. And you can see his vibe, a little more, you know, a little more momentum. He comes down, and as soon as he meets up with Rocky, you feel me? And this is after Rocky walks from the car. Rocky walks up. Rocky's not doing anything. He doesn't grab Rel first or anything. He's walking up to Rel, and as soon as he gets up to Rel grabs him.
So let me ask you, up to this point, you're saying that they were completely joking in the car a couple of minutes before, right?
Yes.
Everything.
But I said I did not hear what Relly was saying.
But you said that the defendant's response indicated to you that everything was cool and they were just joking around.
Yes.
So it's your testimony that Relly comes up, and what's the next thing that happens when he approaches?
As soon as he sees Rocky, he grabs him.
And when you say grabs him, what hand do you grab him with?
I believe his left hand.
Okay. And when he grabbed him, did you see him attempt to punch him?
When he grabbed him, he automatically started like, because he got him by his like, I think his like hoodie and stuff. So I'm not too sure if he's trying to pull his hoodie over or he's just trying to like, you know, kind of have Rocky in the air dangle. I see that's what he was doing.
Well, let me stop. You said he grabbed with one hand, but
Yeah.
now you're gesturing like he's grabbing with two hands. How many hands he grabbing with?
He ended up grabbing him with two hands, yes.
Did he start with one hand?
He started with one hand.
Which hand did he grab with first?
He grabbed it with his left hand, I believe.
And do you know whether Relly's right or left-handed?
I believe Relly's right-handed.
And so would you agree that if he grabbed it with his left hand, that his right hand would have been free, if he wanted to punch the defendant?
Possibly, but he did end up grabbing him with both hands.
So let me ask you, did you see him attempt to in any way punch the defendant?
No, he was just basically trying to lift the defendant off his feet. So I'm not too sure what he was going to do after that, but he tried to lift him off his feet.
Motion strike everything after no.
You know, you're right, but we need to finish this case before the end of the decade. So let him explain the answer. I'm just doing this to try to facilitate the trial. So let's move it along. Go ahead.
So when this incident started, where were you standing?
I was behind.
And how far away were you from Relly and the defendant?
Well, I wasn't that close because I literally had to get up to them and get in the middle. So I wasn't that close. Even in the video, you see I put my hand on really last to move out the way. So that's, as I said before about people getting out the car, how I knew Rocky and Ills got out first, because they were already closer to Relly than I was.
Mr. Phillips, isn't it true that in fact, Mr. Mayers grabbed Relly's left arm before Relly ever did anything to him?
No, I don't think so, no.
Well, when you say you don't think so, I'm asking you what you know.
I know for a fact that look, you don't want me to say that he's a bigger guy, but I doubt Rocky just gonna grab Relly, you feel me? And I don't think he grabbed Relly first. Relly grabbed Rocky.
Let me ask something. I asked you before, at this time, during this incident, your testimony is that Relly is physically stronger. If Relly and Rocky are going to fight, Relly's going to win, correct?
Correct.
But would you agree, even at this time, that if Relly and Rocky are going to fight, that Rocky is powerful enough in the industry to basically end Relly on the spot, correct?
No.
Okay, you disagree. Isn't it true that it was at this time that Mr. Mayers pulled out the firearm, or as you described, the prop gun?
I don't think he just pulled it out. So as I was saying
No
earlier,
question, Penny. Did you actually see the gun come out?
I seen when Rocky was adjusting the prop to put the prop back into his waistline.
Okay, so that would be after it's come out and being put back, is that right?
That was after Relly is literally trying to lift him off his feet, and
Most of
Rocky
the strike is non-responsive.
As I said before, we need to move it.
Your Honor, but it's not,
We need to move this along.
I'm doing it. Listen to my question.
rephrase it, please.
I'm asking you, did you see the gun come out of the clip? I'm not asking you,
Yes or no?
when you saw it put back, did you see it come out?
Yes.
So my question is, when is the first time at that incident that you saw the prop gun?
It was when Relly was grabbing and picking up Rocky. And Rocky was with his hands up, trying to catch his balance, reassure his grip on the floor, because Relly is bigger than him, he was pulling him, and they both fell back. So, being that it was a belt clip, his belt, his pants, from the video you can see, is falling. So that's when I believe the prop to fall. He never pulled the prop out.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you see the defendant remove the prop gun from his belt?
I did not see him remove it. I see him put it back.
Okay, so that's my question. The first time you saw the gun was when it was being put back?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to now show you the video of the incident by the parking garage. This is going to be People's 15 combined surveillance video, and we're going to show the first incident. So what I'm going to do very much like in this video, I'm going to run it through one time so you can see it. And I'm going to ask you specific questions about it. So I want you to watch it. Stop it. How many times do you think you've seen that portion of the video?
A couple times.
Well, you've only seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. I
Maybe
Not more
two?
than, not more than 10. Maybe just a few times.
Or is it a couple or is it 10?
I said not, I have not seen the video 10 times. So that's why I said a couple times. I only seen the video a couple times.
When's the first time you saw the video?
To be honest, the first time I seen the video was on TMZ.
Does the video that you just saw, does that accurately depict, as much as you can remember, what happened?
Yes, but no.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
Because from the video, you see Rocky with the prop in his hand. You also see Rocky put the prop away. You feel me? But you don't see how the prop gets into his hand.
Okay. Do you agree, having watched the video, that it shows Relly walking up and immediately being accosted by Mr. Mayers?
Can you rephrase that?
Let's show the very beginning. Pause it. So I'm going to ask you, in a moment, I'm going to ask you, who was it, Relly or the defendant, who ended up starting this exchange?
No
So I
problem.
want you to watch. Go ahead. Go back one more time. Stop. Would you agree that you've got the defendant reaching towards Relly and the defendant, I'm sorry, you've got the defendant reaching towards Relly and Relly grabbing the defendant's hand or arm in response?
No, what I see is Relly putting his hand up. So he moves it from his back, and then he automatically goes to grab Rocky. That's what I see.
Okay, keep going with the video, please. Stop. Would you agree that what you just saw was the defendant holding on to Relly, and Relly has a free right hand, which was available to strike the defendant, which he does not do? Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. Would you agree that that shows Relly being pushed by the defendant?
I'm not gonna say push because they're both grabbing on each other, trying to assert like balance, a stance.
Let me ask you something. You indicated how strong the defendant is, how strong Relly is,
Yes.
how strong the defendant. If the defendant, strike that, if Relly, based on your experience with him, had wanted to attack the defendant, had wanted him to push him back, and wanted to hit him, you would agree Relly is big enough and strong enough to have done that, right?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. That's you, correct?
No, that's
I'm
not.
sorry, that's Hills, excuse me. I apologize. That is ASAP Hills, right?
Yes.
And go back. What did you just see Hills do in the video?
I see Ills trying to defuse the situation, get in between them, and like basically get Relly and Rocky off each other. Cause right before you hit this clip, you can see Relly with both his hands around Rocky's neck, or his hoodie, or whatever, right there.
And you're saying you have this independent memory of exactly what's on the video?
That's
Stop. From the only 2 or 3 times you watched it?
no, I just seen that.
Oh, okay. Let's back this up a little bit, please.
Like,
Stop. Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that Ills is trying to get Rocky off of Relly, is trying to get between them, is trying to push him back, and that the defendant continues to go towards Relly?
Objection, Your Honor, is a compound motion.
Wait a second.
It's compound, sustain.
All right, I was trying to speed it up, Your Honor. I'll do one at a time then. Okay, back it up. What does Relly do? Stop. Right now, would you agree, Ills is grabbing the defendant who is between he and Relly. Ills is not between the two of them. The defendant is between. Is that correct?
No, because if this is Rocky on one end, Relly is on the other end. Ills has both his hands basically getting in the middle to break it up.
Wait a minute. Can you point with your pointer there? Point to where Ills is. Point to where the defendant is. Point to where Relly is.
Right there.
So how can you say that Ills is between the defendant and Relly when Ills is on the other side of the defendant?
Because if there's a person standing here and a person standing here, he's trying to get in the middle of it.
So I didn't ask you what he was trying to do. Listen to my question.
But he is getting in the middle.
Do you agree that this video shows Ills not between the defendant and Relly, but behind the defendant, grabbing him?
He's not behind the defendant.
He is, so it's your belief that this video does not show Ills behind the defendant?
No.
Okay? We go back slightly. Stop. You agree Relly has just gone off the screen, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the defendant is pushing him off the screen, correct?
He was pulling Rocky.
Okay. So whether he's pulling or pushing, do you agree that Ills is not between the two of them?
This isn't the same clip that you showed me before, but right here, he's behind me.
Okay, so right now you agree Ills is behind, right?
It was behind right here.
Okay, now we're gonna keep the clip going. Stop. Is Ills still behind?
See, now, Ills is behind him, trying to pull him away from Relly. And in this photo, you can see Relly with his hand around Rocky.
Okay, I want, you just said a second ago, in this image at this point, Ills is trying to pull the defendant off of Relly, correct?
In this image, he's trying to get the defendant off of Relly, while Relly is grabbing the defendant by his neck.
Listen to my question. In this image, do you agree that it shows Ills trying to get the defendant off of Relly, yes or no?
I'm not saying no. I don't think he's trying to get him off because you don't see Rocky a certain dominance right here. So I think he's just trying to get in the middle
Motion
to
to strike is
situation.
non-responsive?
Ask another one.
Keep the video going. Stop. Would you agree that at this point in time, there is no attempt where you have seen Relly trying to punch, kick, slap, do anything to the defendant?
So if you play from the clip before, you can obviously see him choking. So a few seconds later, no, he's not choking, but he was choking.
Wait, so your testimony is now, we missed, he was choking, Relly was choking the defendant, is your testimony.
Yes, if you want to play the video back, you can see it.
Have you ever mentioned before this moment in court that you saw Relly choking the defendant?
What I said was,
Wait, answer my question, please. Have you ever said before this moment in court, ever, that you saw Relly choking the defendant?
no, because I never seen.
Motion to strike everything after no? Do you agree that Relly at this point in time does not have either of his hands on the defendant?
Correct.
Do you agree that Ills, at this point in time, is not paying any attention to Relly and is looking forward, trying to get the defendant separated because he's coming after Relly?
Objection, objection, full speculation, full statements.
please, play it. Stop. Do you agree that what you just showed shows Ills backing Relly up?
Yes.
Would you agree that as with the defendant, that Relly is considerably bigger and stronger than Ills as well?
Yes.
Do you agree that knowing Relly and knowing Ills and knowing the strength between them, that if Relly had wanted to go forward and go after the defendant, that he had the ability at that point?
Possibly.
Possibly? I'm asking you, from what you've seen, does it look like Relly is in any way trying to go after the defendant?
Right then and there, you see his hand coming around him, so I'm not too sure what he was going to do.
So, at this point in time, do you know if the defendant already has the gun out?
No.
You don't know.
No.
Let's run it, please. Did you see the gun?
Play it.
You can see right, you see the gun in his hand?
I see the prop in his hand, yes.
Do you see the gun in his hand?
Yes.
At this point in time, would you agree that the defendant is aggressively going towards Relly with a gun in his hand, and that Ills is trying to keep the defendant from making contact with Relly?
Can you rephrase that?
Would you agree that at this point in time, the defendant has a gun in his hand, is moving aggressively toward Relly, and that Ills is trying to prevent Relly from getting close to the defendant? I'm sorry, it's trying to prevent the defendant from getting close to Relly.
You have to rephrase it because
Sure, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree, at this point in time, defendant has a gun in his hand? Agree?
Okay.
Agree? Say yes?
Yes.
And do you agree that at this point in time, that the defendant is aggressively moving towards Ills and Relly?
Well, in this clip, because Relly was already grabbing him and kind of like, you know, trying to little boy him, you feel me? So I just see Rocky just trying to get himself out of the corner. You know, he's just trying to get himself out of the corner, get himself from out of here. I'm not too sure what else is right here. You know, he could have been backed up against the side of the garage wall. And he was just trying to get himself up out of that situation.
So you're saying the defendant is trying to get himself out of a bad situation?
He's just trying to get himself up out of here. You know, he doesn't have the prop on Relly. He's not pointing the prop at Relly. He's not doing anything like that. So
let me ask you something. At this point in time, can't the defendant simply have gone the other way and exited himself from the situation?
Objection, speculation.
You were at the scene.
Yes, I was.
When the defendant is moving towards Relly with a gun, was there anything preventing the defendant, as is shown in the video, from turning around and going the other way?
As you can see in the video, I'm not too sure how long this lasts. He does that exactly as soon as he's able to get up out of this space.
So it's your position that the defendant did not have the opportunity to go the other way, is that?
No, because Relly pushed him under the garage.
Okay.
The garage it's like it was built under something, so you can't walk through the wall. He had to wait till he got from under the garage so he could be able to get up out of there.
You agree that in this image that you've seen, and you were at the actual incident, the defendant has his finger on the trigger, correct?
No.
So you don't see his finger on the trigger in this video.
I do not see that.
Well, let's run it again. Do you agree that it appears that the defendant's finger is on the trigger.
I see his hand is on the prop. I cannot tell you if his finger is on the trigger. No.
So, at this point in time, is this when Relly yells, "Put that fake gun away"?
So as Rocky starts turning, yes, he says, "Put that fake ass gun away."
And your position is, I just want to be clear, that at this point in time, when that gun comes out,
Yes.
Relly knows it's a fake gun.
Yes, I believe that.
Okay,
Yes.
continue. Stop it. Do you know what the defendant did with the gun after he pulled it out when they go off frame?
In this clip or another clip?
No, just listen to what I'm saying. You just saw the defendant take out the gun.
Yes.
You saw the defendant then go forward, which would be to the left of this video, so we don't see him. He goes off screen. You know what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the defendant did with the gun that he just pulled out when he went off screen?
Well, as you can see, he put it back into his waistline and he was leaving.
When did you see him put it back?
Well, when I was there, during this altercation, he put it back. It wasn't even out that long.
Well, so what I'm asking you is, play the image where he pulls it out. I'm almost, Your Honor, I can break in a few minutes if the court needs. So the gun is out.
Yes.
My question is not what did he do when he put it back? He pulled the gun out and he goes off screen towards Relly. What did he do with the gun when he went off screen?
Can you show me that again and rephrase that? Because
Yes.
I didn't see him on the screen going towards him.
Watch. There he is, off the screen. He had the gun. So my question is, do you know what he is doing with the gun at this point when we can't see him off screen?
Well, the gun is still down. He's still trying to put it back into his waistline.
Wait, so you're saying this video we've just seen shows him putting the gun back?
Look, can we rewatch the video?
Sure. I'm not talking about when he comes back. I'm saying at this point in time, you agree. What's that?
I didn't.
Witness has to rewatch the video.
We just did. You just watch it.
No, you just pause it. I'm trying to watch the whole video.
No, I'm not showing the whole video. I'm showing the part I want to show.
Nah, so can you show it in context? It shows when he puts the proper way.
No, Mr. Phillips, I'm going to show you what I want to show you.
So go
So
ahead, show Mr. Phillips what you want.
I just showed you that image. And my question is, you would agree that the defendant takes a gun out, the gun is out, they go off screen with the gun still out. So what I'm asking you is, do you know what the defendant did with the gun when they went off screen?
Yes, he was still trying to put it back in his waistline. The gun was down, so I believe he was trying to put it in his front belt, but he couldn't. So that's when he turned around, he readjusted it, put it to like the top.
Wait, so your testimony is that he pulled the gun out, and then immediately after pulling the gun out, tried to put it back.
He didn't pull the gun out. So, like I said, from him getting pulled by Relly, his clothes weren't secure. So his clothes weren't secure, the prop clip wasn't secure. You feel me? So he didn't pull it out. He's a dominant right hand. He would have pulled it out with his right hand, I'm guessing. Here, he's using his left hand to adjust it the whole time.
So you saw the gun out, correct? You saw the gun out of the clip, correct? The gun gets removed.
I seen it, only seen it when he was trying to adjust it back into his clothes.
Last I'm going to show you, I want you to see when the gun first comes out, when we see it on the screen. Gun is already out the first time we see it. So you're watching, gun is stopped. The gun is out right now. Do you agree?
Yes,
It's in the defendant's hand. Do you agree?
yes.
You're not telling us that the gun fell out of the clip and just happened to go in his hand, right?
The gun would have fell on the floor. It's inside his pants. And it's a clip. So I feel as though he grabbed it while it was falling He just grabbed it with his hand, just to secure it. He's not pulling it out, he's not pointing it. He's actually trying to secure it and keep it down.
So your testimony is,
Finish the thought.
your testimony is that his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to get his pants up and grabbed the gun accidentally to prevent his pants from coming down, and that's why the gun is out. That's your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So your testimony is that the reason the gun came out was because his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to try and make sure his pants didn't come down and unintentionally grab the gun.
Yes.
We can resume on Monday, Your Honor.
All right, folks, please be outside the courtroom doors. Any reason why we can't be started at 10? All right. 10 o'clock, everybody? I know. 10 o'clock? All right. Okay, all right. We'll resume at 10 o'clock on Monday. Please don't discuss the case. Look at yourself. Don't look at any electronic media, print media, or any kind of media. Keep an open mind. See you Monday. Not up. I do. And then I'm going to ask all of you. Okay. I always do when we before the break. All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Lewin, you've been questioning the witness for 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Your Honor, they have...
1 minute, you have 90 minutes remaining. You have 90 more minutes. I'm controlling the progress of the case. That means over 4 hours with this witness.
Your Honor,
You have 90 minutes remaining.
Your Honor, I've got an ethical duty to actually effectively prosecute this case.
You're going to have to do it in 90 minutes.
Your Honor, the court's going to do what it's going to do, but at least allow me to be heard.
Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
They had the witness, the victim, on the stand for 3 days. They asked him question after question about his income, about more irrelevancies than I can add up. I'm going through video where the witness is impeaching himself left and right on the central issues in this case. And the court is saying, you got to hurry up. Your Honor, we have to be able to do our job. I'm not wasting time. I am asking questions that are getting important information. And when the court didn't limit them at all. This witness is as important as the victim of the occasion.
The reason Relly took so long is because he was so uncooperative and he would not answer a question. This witness is answering questions. Over 4 hours is enough. You have 90 minutes remaining. Just use your time wisely. That's it, 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half more. I'm sure you can get it done in that amount of time. Oh, anything?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor. Any, Mr. Kassoff, anything?
No.
Mr. Lewin, anything more?
No.
All right, see you at 10 o'clock on Monday.
You won't use that what, ear clock, though, right?
I can't, what?
You won't use that what, ear clock?
Yeah, can we get to time?